Chapter 76. I have always fought alone. I know nothing about formations or teamwork. And if I give orders, I can't cast any spell. I think it's better to have a skilled hunter rather than a makeshift leader. Any one of you that has received military training, either as a strategist or a soldier, is much better suited for this than me. Not to mention that I don't give a damn about any of you. I don't have any motivation for being a good leader. As long as I keep at least one of you standing, anything goes for me. The important is avoiding the wipeout. He inwardly added. Lith's teammates started talking to each other, honestly searching to determine who could best take charge, setting their pride and personal ambitions aside. Reluctantly, he had to burst their bubble. Do you mind a simple advice? Everyone turned towards him again. Whoever becomes the leader has a huge problem. We know each other's class, but not what we are capable of during a real fight. In a life and death situation, you can't give detailed explanations, only generic orders. An order is good only if executed in a proper manner. You have experienced firsthand how easy it is to freeze due to panic. In my case, I tend to let my bloodlust blind me. Both issues would cause any plan to crumble in the face of the enemy. My suggestion is to put the leader matter aside and just watch each other's back. Only by familiarizing with our skill sets and behaviors, a shoddy team like this has any chance of survival. After the team agreed, Lith started explaining to everyone how to make use of first magic in the wilderness. They had to use the darkness spell concealment to hide their smell all the time and never leave the cave on foot, but by using flight or float to not leave prints going in and out from the entrance. The same applied to hunting. Coupling those spells was the best way to sneak up on a prey. Lith, Myrna, and Floria left the cave, while Belia and Vissen stayed behind. Vissen decided to employ the time at hand to make the cave more stable, spacious, and to solve what would be an inevitable hurdle. Soon someone would be in need of a bathroom, and he doubted that anyone would consider the idea of going alone outside. Getting literally caught with your pants down was nightmare material. Once on the outside, the hunting team relied on looks and hand gestures, trying to speak only as a last resort. Being a mage knight, Floria decided to pair up with Myrna to protect her, while Lith would move on his own. Sigh. I can't believe I have to babysit these kids. I know, Solus replied, but it's the purpose of this whole exercise. Yeah, it took us a while to understand why during the second day, Trask didn't assign any points. It was because he wanted us to teach each other actively, not just beat the CR*P out of your opponent. And guess who do you have to thank for having understood the real nature of this test? Solus giggled. And guess who do you have to thank for keeping me alive and avoiding you the trouble of finding another host? Lith sarcastically replied, I'm sorry, your ladyship. He performed a mind curtsy. But while you enjoy the show in your front row seat, I'm the one in the Colosseum. So it's not such an amazing result. You can watch the bigger picture, but I must focus on teeth, claws, and keeping my guts where they belong. Meanie, like I don't worry all the time. A simple thank you would suffice. Lith felt like CR*P snapping at her for no reason. I'm really sorry, Solus. I know you were just trying to lighten the mood and cheer me up. It's just that I'm already so stressed that I need some way to vent out. And thank you. You are the only one that knows all my flaws, yet still cares for me. Thank you for all the help you give me every day and for never stopping trying to make me into a better person. That was the first time his chatterbox mage tower had nothing so say. Her mind was blank as a slate. Lith preferred not to pry further. She was likely to be either angry at him or just too surprised to reply. They often joked about it, but he had never earnestly thanked her before for meddling in his private life. The woodlands were denser than the Tron woods. Despite all his experience, Lith was at loss. They couldn't get too far away from the hill without risking of getting lost, nor they could split too much in case something happened. This time he couldn't cheat his way out with life vision and spirit magic. How could he possibly explain being able to spot animals underground on in tree trunks? Myrna and Floria weren't having better luck. Keeping two spells always active wasn't something they were used to. Double casting was demanding for their focus, and at the slightest slip-up, they had to cast them both again, consuming even more mana. While Myrna's ego seemed to have recovered quickly, Regaining her confident attitude, Floria had never felt so ashamed in her whole life. She was the most promising descendant in a bloodline of mage knights, yet she kept stumbling through her specialization course. Her father had taught her personally both magic up to tier 3 in swordplay. He even made her fight wild beasts to give her real enemies. But now she realized that all her confidence was built on a lie. She was so used always having him by her side that she never took any challenge seriously. Her father would always help her if something went wrong. At the academy, instead, she was alone. The professor was tough and demanding. The competition so fierce that her so-called friends were too busy fixing their own mistakes to pay her any attention. When a headmaster had announced the mock exam, she had rejoiced, thinking it was her time to shine. But she had never seen something so big like a magical beast. At the moment of truth, her nerves had failed her, turning her into a burden for everyone. Despite Floria's earlier brave facade, she was still scared out of her mind, trembling at any noise, her hand clutching the hilt of her sword so tight that it was white. Floria could not help but envy Myrna. She was so pretty compared to her, and despite all that she had went through, her will was rock solid. Myrna, on the other hand, reciprocated such feelings in full. She was jealous of Floria, so tall and strong. She was bound to have lots of admirers. The reason why Myrna appeared so confident was because she believed not having any more face to lose. She had already gone below and beyond the bottom of the barrel. In her mind, she could only rise up. "Stop squirming like that. You're making me nervous too," Myrna whispered. She couldn't bear any more her guardian's twists and turns. But I have an eerie feeling about this. This whole forest is an eerie feeling. Where the F*CK are the animals. I can hear animals' calls, but we still have to meet a single soul. The minutes quickly turned into hours, and the only creatures they spotted were too far and fast to get any shot at them. The sun had reached the zenith, so they decided to give up and check if Lith's luck had been any better. A few dozen meters away, Lith had come to the same conclusion. Even using all the tricks in his book, his praise would amount to a poor meal for one person. He had never learned how to follow tracks or use traps. He had always been reliant on true magic. But while he was observed, those abilities were sealed. Suddenly, an odd chirping resounded. The three of them listened carefully, hoping for a last-minute big catch. The more they listened to it, the less it sounded like birds. It was more of a mix of a rhythmic cricket's chirping and a mouse's high-pitched squeaking. Solus, this sounds a lot like bats, but it makes no sense. They're mostly nocturnal animals. Not to mention, it doesn't explain why all the other animals have gone silent. Definitely close, but not bats. She replied, "It's not squeaking, more like joints clicking." The noise kept growing in intensity until it was all around them. Expecting another magical beast to attack right after announcing its presence, they tried to regroup as fast as they could. The moment they lowered their guard, looking for each other's position, was the beginning of the end. From the treetops and countless holes in the ground, while hidden by the thick vegetation, countless spiders attacked them from all directions. Some of them were small and round, their body size close to a basketball, while others were as big as a Labrador. Their black bodies were covered in long bristles, with red dots all over. "Watch out! Those are clackers!" Myrna yelled, but her words fell on deaf ears. Neither of her teammates had ever heard of them. F*CK me sideways. Lith cursed. None of the books in Solispedia ever mentioned that insects or arachnids can turn in magical beasts. I have no idea what these things are capable of. The attack had been too sudden. The clicking noise wasn't a warning. It was how the clackers had coordinated their attack, leaving them no escape routes. The spells in Lith's rings were useless. Checkmate Spears was a finisher against big opponents. Against a small army, it had no effect. The Tier 2 ring held a healing spell, while the Tier 1 was a simple blinding spell. Sure, no one beside him knew what his rings contained, but that still left him with just 3 true magic spells. After that, Lith had either to accept the loss or blow up his cover. He had no real weapon outside first magic. He had been caught completely unprepared. Chapter 77. The clacker's strategy was simple and effective. After having surrounded their prey, they swarmed them in a one-wave rush. The ones on the ground tried to overpower them, while those on the trees threw spider webs the size of a tablecloth. All the while, those that kept hanging from their threads spat poison non-stop, aiming for their eyes. Lith did his best, using water magic to turn his hands into razor-sharp blades and cutting off everything that came too close, but there were simply too many. He wasn't used being ambushed and never encountered such situations. All the spells he had at hand, both true and fake magic ones, were aimed toward bigger single opponents. He had no idea how to manage a swarm of small enemies. The girls were faring much better than him. As soon as Floria had seen the clackers, her father's teachings had kicked in, and she had quickly conjured a tower shield made of white-hot rocks. It served as both offense and defense, since her own magic could not harm her. Spiderwebs would burst into flames like made of paper. The poison would just fizzle without any effect, while everything that touched the shield would lose its limbs, if not its life. From a moment she had recognized the nature of the enemy. Myrna had stuck her back against Floria's, using her protection to put her war mage specialization to use. Myrna filled the space around them with ice shards as long and thick as an arm, raining down on the clackers like they had a mind of their own, without missing a target. She could freely cast a spell after the other, switching place with Floria in case of attack, while her magic exterminated dozens of enemies at a time. Back at the White Griffin, Professor Vaster, who was in charge of surveillance for that area, contacted Scarlet demanding explanations. What in the gods' names are clackers doing? This is not part of our deal. Of course not. Vaster went into a daze, seeing through the communicator amulet that the Scorpicore was sipping tea from a porcelain cup the size of a bucket. Insects and arthropods have no respect for any hierarchy except for their own. I do agree that they are spawning too fast, though. A culling might be needed, but right now I have other business to attend. If you need our help, you just have to ask. Scarlet scoffed at his face, picking a cookie the size of a plate. No, thanks. Vaster closed the call, cursing the monster and its arrogance for trying to copycat humans. Thorman, get ready to retrieve 3 students, he said to a bulky middle-aged professor in charge of the Mage Knight's specialization. One of mine, one of yours +1. Thorman laughed at his colleague's lack of manners, setting the coordinates for the pickup spot in his ring. He remembered his student, a talented girl that was allowing herself to get drowned in insecurity. Linjos was right, after all. With the old rules, even someone like Floria would have been eliminated before the hour mark. The Academy's system needed to be changed. He was now regretting being one of Linjo's fiercest opponents. Litha's situation was getting worse by the second. Despite his heightened senses and reflexes, there was only so much he could do. The only reason he was still standing was because he could use up to 6 first magic spells at a time. Even so, he could only delay the inevitable. The clackers were now so close that even if he was at liberty of using true magic, he would not have the time. No matter how many he killed, there were always more coming forward. Help! I need help! Was the only thing he managed to scream from time to time. Floria, instead, was swept by euphoria. The spiderlings normally lacked fear, but the fight had long turned into a massacre. The flaming shield was impenetrable, and every time the sword flashed behind it, many would get mutilated or worse. They had only 2 paths ahead, to retreat or die. Myrna tried her best to keep up with her, but while casting, she couldn't move very fast. Floria was becoming increasingly reckless with her attacks, pursuing the enemies fleeing in front of her, uncaring for the consequences. What the heck are you doing? Come back here. They were now several meters apart, enough for the spiders to surround Myrna again. When Floria realized her mistake, a clacker hanging from a tree branch cut off its string, falling on top of Myrna and inflicting its venomous bite. Before she could reach the ground, the clackers swarmed over her. The smaller spiders bit her unconscious, while the big ones were carrying her away with their threads. Floria was between a rock and a hard place. No matter her choice, someone was bound to die. Lith and Myrna were in opposite directions. There was no way of saving both. She remained frozen on the spot, incapable of making a decision until it was taken out of her hands. Thorman appeared through a warp steps, right beside the cocoon containing Myrna. His body was exuding a blue aura. Whenever a spider closed in, it would be squashed by his war hammer. Thorman slammed it on the ground, holding it with both hands. The shockwave resulting turned all the nearby spiders into dust, while the cocoon at his feet suffered no damage. Thorman loaded it on his shoulder before looking at Floria in the eyes with a stern look. "I'm sorry for being such a CRPPY teacher." And then he disappeared into another warp steps. Floria felt ashamed of herself. Once again, she had disappointed her teacher, and this time she had managed to do it in front of all the academy staff, while also failing her teammate. The arm holding the S-stock fell alongside her body, the weapon almost slipping out of her fingers, already touching the ground. What a poor excuse of a mage knight I am. The clackers noticed the opening and prepared to exploit it. "Sorry if I exist, but help," Lith yelled on the top of his lungs. Between the previous ambush and Thorman attack, he was facing a far lesser number of spiderlings, so he took the chance to regroup with his companion. Lith activated the Tier 1 magic holding ring, generating a flash like another sun had appeared in front of him. The spiderlings groaned and took a step back, while he jumped above them to escape the encirclement. Sadly, the clackers had a poor sight to begin with. They sensed the outside world mainly through their bristles, capable of detecting the movement of their prey through the vibrations they created by moving. Floria could see a replay of what had just happened. Another spider fell from above on Lith's back, biting him right below the neck. Feeling his consciousness fading away, with his last coherent thought, Lith unleashed checkmate spears on himself. Being encircled, the ice spears would trample everything along the way, while being incapable of harming him. As much as he hated it, he had to pin all his hopes on a perfect stranger, who Lith valued more or less like a used car salesman. After that, he fell limp on the ground. The venom quickly reached his brain, disconnecting it from the rest of the body. Just as he had predicted, the spears turned into toothpaste all the clackers between them and their target, before passing through Lith's body like they were just an illusion. The spell created a path between them, but it was only a matter of seconds before more enemies reinforced their ranks. Cursing herself for her stupidity, Floria threw away the self-pity, finally realizing what Thorman's words actually meant. Most Mage Knight's spells had a short range, but they had the invaluable virtue that they needed only one hand to be cast. In less than a second, she conjured the full guard spell, creating a spherical blue aura with a radius of 1.65 meters, 5.41 feet, all around her. The same Thorman used, with a radius slightly bigger than her S-stock's range. Thanks to full guard, she had no blind spots. Whatever entered the sphere would be detected. Floria was able to strike with surgical precision without looking. It didn't matter if it was spit, webs, or spiders. Everything would be met by the shield or the sword. Her S-stock was the goodbye gift of her father, forged with a secret family technique. The point stabbed like a spear, while the sword's single edge would cut like a katana. She moved towards Lith's position, releasing small darkness bursts with each strike. For so little creatures, the vital organs were closely packed to each other. The flesh would rot as soon as it was cut, making even suicidal attacks useless. Each stab to the body or the head would mean instant death. So cool. It's awesome. Lith's feverish mind was still able to work, but barely. The venom was impairing both his nervous system and mind. We must look into that. It's something. Lith, are you okay? Solus was really worried. You sound a lot like in the memories where you were drunk and under the effects of marijuana. Your thoughts are incoherent and erratic. Are you sure you are okay? Is okay. If Death Hammerman saves me. By my maker, you are getting worse. Move that AS, sister. Floria charged forwards, using her burning tower shield as a ram, reaching Lith's side. She then used her free hand, remember that the shield is conjured. She does not need to hold it. It floats by itself. to cast the second spell Thorman reminded her of. By planting her S-Dock in the ground, she activated Blast Guard. It generated a small flaming sphere that affected everything in the surroundings except for the space within a meter, 3.3 feet, from her body. To avoid accidents, she crouched down, holding her fallen comrade as close as possible. The spell had a short duration, but long enough for her to cast a Tier 3 detoxifying spell. Come on. I can't screw up 3 times in a single day. Snap out of it. You are the healer, not me. The spell was meant to neutralize the most common venoms and poisons. Magical beast secretions were a class of their own. She realized how stupid she had been not purchasing any potions. If she had them, maybe she could have saved both her team members without having to rely on gambles and wishful thinking. Like reading her mind, Lith started to cast the same spell he had used to save the Marchioness daughter. Floria's spell served its purpose, giving him enough clarity to weave the spell and disguise it as a fake magic personal one. A small orb of venom was expelled, preventing any further damage to his body, while he activated the second-tier healing spell in his ring, recovering a good chunk of his mind. If I were you, I'd start running, Lith said, chuckling like an idiot. His pupils were still dilated. Floria sheathed the S-Dock before lifting Lith with a princess carry, activating the flight spell stored in one of her rings. After what had happened earlier, she had prepared it in case she needed to escape again. The tower shield moved on her back, preventing further assaults from above. She took a roundabout path to lose the cacklers before returning to the cave, activating concealment again to hide their presence. Lith would look at her stern face from time to time, giggling like a little girl. Look, Solus, I got my knight in a shining armor to save me. Lith, you're still confused. You are thinking out loud. Please shut up. She mentally screamed. Who's Solus? Floria asked when the situation seemed to have calmed down enough. A good friend of mine. We know each other from years. By the way, isn't this the time when the hero tries to hit on his rescue? Please, don't try to kiss me. I don't think I could stop you right now. I like living too much. Floria's cheeks reddened. Solus couldn't tell if from embarrassment, rage, or both. Why would I want to force me on you? Who the FCK do you think you are? The rage sounded genuine. Lith kept laughing. Ah, kids. So cute and naive, getting embarrassed by stupid jokes. You need to get out more, get a life. Who are you calling a kid? You are younger than me. Want to bet? Floria was getting annoyed. He was clearly out of his mind. Is Solus your girlfriend? Or just an ex? If he was trying to embarrass her, it was a game that two could play. Nah, she's a girl and a friend, but that's it. We are both heartless and stone cold, so we have a lot in common. Also, it would be really difficult to get in touch with her. Get it? Get in touch. Then he started cackling like it was the best joke ever. She ignored him for the rest of the flight. Lith was rambling nonsense, sometimes even speaking some sort of gibberish and aka English. Back at the cave, she could finally relax, and with the help of the other two, they kept healing Lith until he was clear-headed again. After cleansing his body from the last traces of venom, Lith shared a couple of freshly cooked blinkers. I don't know you, but I had enough for today. I'm not stepping out of here until tomorrow. The motion was unanimously approved. Chapter 78. After the end of their shift, Vaster and Thorman went back to their quarters. Vaster waited until they were alone, before expressing his hilarity. Thorman, old friend, I would have never imagined you had it in you. Helping your student like that. Technically, that's against the rules. Vaster tone of fake indignation wouldn't have fooled a deaf man. I didn't know such a thing. I just used the spells that I considered best for the situation at hand. If she ended up copying me, how is that my fault? Are you going to report me? It was a rhetoric question. Thorman already knew the answer. Are you kidding me? Your student ended up saving mine. The least I could do is gifting you that bottle of 50 years aged blue flame you keep eyeing every time you enter into my office. I'm glad you loosened the stick up your ass. In an underground maze, several kilometers away from the castle, another kind of conversation was taking place. After slaughtering its way through the nest, Scarlet was facing the brood mother. It was the creature responsible for the abnormal spawn rate of the clackers. Every single one of them was one of her children. Its abdomen was that of a giant spider, with 8 long longs, but in the place of the head there was a human-like figure. It was like someone had attached a human, starting from the thighs, to the spider body. But it was a human with no distinctive features. Its chitinous skin was gray. The hands had unnaturally long fingers, ending in razor-sharp claws. The head had 8 eyes, and a long slit where the mouth was supposed to be, allowing it to speak. Look, I'm tired of playing hide and seek. I only came here because I know you are smart enough to understand me, and because I hate senseless destruction. Scarlet was quite angry from the repeated assaults it had suffered along the way. They had no effect except wasting Scarlet's time. What do you want, O mighty ruler? The mother's voice was low and hoarse. Every word sounded more coughed rather than spoken. Yet it managed to laugh, sneering at the Scorpicore claimed title. Stop laying so many eggs. Your children are a plague for the forest. You have already invaded others' territories. I won't repeat myself a second time. The brood mother chuckled again. It's that so? Then I challenge you, O ruler. The forest needs a new guiding hand. Scarlet scoffed. It had heard that speech countless times, either from humans or magical beasts. Ooh, Fine. Challenge accepted. The conversation was cut short, much to Mother's annoyance. Violating all the rules of the challenge, the brood mother attacked without notice, making the fully developed clackers that guarded the throne room, each the size of a bull, coordinate with its attack. The Scorpicore's roar struck in 2 waves. The first was a cold one, turning the whole underground nest in a frozen wasteland. The second was an ultrasonic one that turned the newly formed ice sculptures in countless shattered pieces. Oh, I won. Big surprise. Long live to me. Sad for having no witness of its crushing victory, Scarlet called Linjos. The clacker's issue is solved. With the brood mother dead, the survivors will go into hiding until another comes up. Let's hope the next one will have more brains than bronze. Thanks for solving the matter so quickly. Linjos replied. What do you want in return? I like this human. Scarlet thought. Always saying please and thank you, instead of treating me like a tool, like his predecessors did. I'll make sure he keeps his position. Let's just say you owe me one. What's the survival rate of your cubs? Better than the previous years. Around 50% of the groups made it through the first day. It's time to kick things up a notch. Back in the cave, Litha's group was finishing breakfast and planning the rest of the day. Everyone had much appreciated Vissen creating a side cave bathroom. Despite everything was supposed to be a team effort, not all of them could be executed properly in front of others. With so many mouths to feed, Litha's stash wouldn't last more than 3 more days. Using magic burned a lot of calories. It exhausted both the body and the mind. Thank the gods you ended up in my group, Belia said, gnawing away the last shred of meat from the bones. After fasting for a whole day, I would have either surrendered or eaten Vissen. Everyone at the table laughed, but Lith. Why so glum, mate? And seriously, why do you keep so much food on yourself? Vissen asked. Not that I'm complaining. Lith glared for a long moment, before closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. We are not mates, Lucky Bee starred. In order, not glum, envious. Because clearly none of you has ever starved. And the second answer is linked to the first. When you suffer from hunger as long as I did, you do not feel safe unless you have some food with you at all times. Vissen realized his blunder and tried to apologize, but Lith dismissed everything as an accident, proceeding to explain what they could expect from magical beasts. After he gave them all the key points from his experience, there were still a few things left to say. Never underestimate a magical beast. They may be stuck with just 2 elements, but they can use them in ways we can only imagine. Their casting time is incredibly fast, and to make things worse, our physical prowess is nothing compared to them. They need just 1 hit to incapacitate us, or worse. My advice is to always keep your distance and never play the game like they expect us to. Doesn't that mean that we are already screwed? We have already lost our biggest hitter. Vissen wasn't much of an optimist about the situation, and neither was Belia. We have lost only 1 member. Our aim is to survive, not to beat them all into submission. After the previous day, Floria had shed away most of her insecurities, becoming more decisive. The main problem is that after pondering a lot about it, I came to the conclusion that splitting up was a mistake. This is a group exercise. Staying in a cave isn't getting us anywhere. You two could have helped us a lot yesterday. Not only Myrna could have been saved, but you would have gained battle experience. After fighting the clackers, I feel I have grown a lot as a mage knight. None of us will truly understand his own abilities without putting them to the test. Agreed. Lith chimed in. That's the reason why I taught you about how to use first magic in the wilderness and about magical beasts. That, and because otherwise you would fall without teaching me nothing. Mage Knight spells are something I have to replicate ASAP. I can't wait to see what those two are capable of. Plus, I discovered a huge hole in my toolkit. I have to devise something against a swarm of small enemies. And what about a swarm of big enemies? Solus asked. In that case, my only option is to run away. Also, I would like to propose Floria as team leader. For an unexperienced unit like ours, defense is more important than offense. Her skill set provides us the best options to stall and regroup. Not to mention yesterday, she proved herself. It's an odd way to say, thank you for saving my ass. She replied, if we're keeping a score, I save yours twice. First from the Sinji, then from the Re. You're still an AS short from getting the right to brag. He rebutted with one of his very few charming smiles. The forced cohabitation, coupled with facing so many dangers together, had helped the group to develop camaraderie. Despite all the hardships, Floria was starting to enjoy their situation. It was the first time since coming to the academy that she was being looked up for her skill, not her noble title. Her teammates didn't hope for her to fail to feel better about themselves. They were counting on her. Lith, instead, wasn't touched at all. For him, it was just a temporary setback, something he had to cope with, exploiting that time to regain his people skills. He knew that over time, his edgelord demeanor would do him more harm than good. The world was big and unknown. He needed to play by the rules of society and avoid useless conflicts. In the grand scheme of his plans, 1 week was barely a rehearsal. No one objected to Lith's proposal. He had already gained their respect. After seeing Floria carrying him barely conscious and listening to their story, Vissen and Belia needed no more proof of her valor. Before setting out of here, here's my orders. Vissen, you'll pair up with Lith. Is better to keep attack and defense of each unit balanced. I'll take care of Belia. Second, switch whatever you have in your magic storing rings with your best last resort spells. So far, nothing else worked, and things go downhill pretty fast. Having learned from his past mistakes, Lith had already prepared, so he used that time to pass something from his pocket dimension to Floria's, leaving her dazed. There's something definitely wrong with your head, she said, looking at his cold smile while he was explaining his idea. But that's so wrong to be good. The morning hunt did go much better than the previous day. By going the opposite direction of the clacker's nest, they found much more wildlife. Lith managed to disguise multiple times spirit magic with air magic, claiming quite a catch. Floria helped too. While Belia and Vissen focused on finding edible plants and fruits, their hunting skills were zero, and the others couldn't waste the precious light time teaching them. Moving around for so long in the forest, it took Centaur only a few hours to find them and report their position. Do I have to announce myself and act alone like an idiot again? Making mistakes on purpose didn't upset the Kron, unless they ended up losing. No, new day, new rules. Only one of you has to be spotted. The others can lay low and coordinate their attacks with you. Scarlet replied. One glove is off. Let's get round 2 started. Chapter 79. It was almost noon. Floria's group was about to call it a day, planning to resume after lunch. Belia was walking in the air. After all that had happened during their first day, she had kept picturing the forest like a hellish place, with dangers lurking behind every corner. That morning, instead, had been so peaceful that she had managed to calm herself and regain a bit of self-esteem. Vissen was of a different opinion. Damn, seeing Lithas and Floria going along so well after a single fight together, I was really hoping to get the opportunity to prove myself to them. If a trembling jelly like Floria has managed to become our team leader in one day, why should I be any different? My family is in a magic business from Generation 2, and my mom always told me that I am talented. Too bad that the Academy's professors do not agree with her. With Floria's foolproof plan and Lith covering my A*S, I could show those beasts who is the boss. Instead, all I did was picking fruits like a F***king monkey. Suddenly, the wildlife calls that had filled the air until a moment ago went quiet. Centaur's shriek cracked the silence, announcing its presence. Lith flew to Visen's side, while Floria did the same for Belia. The two men units kept a distance between themselves of about 10 meters, 11 yards, close enough to be able to help each other in case of need, but far enough to not get caught by friendly fire. Unlike the first day, Visen wasn't scared at all. Lith was already covering his back, so he started chanting his first warden spell, confiding in his partner's skill to buy him enough time. Thank you, gods. This is really my lucky day. I feel we can do it. But since you're already listening to me, can I also have the hot teacher from Principles of Advanced Magic fall into my arms, completely naked? Sadly, the mystic line between a man and his gods had to be gone bad. Instead of Nailier, it was Centaur diving downwards Visen, its talons spread wide for the kill. Truth to be told, it was a female and was naked too, hence many could argue that 2/3 of the youth prayer had actually been granted. Lith managed to finish his spell in time, conjuring 3 fireballs at once in a triangular formation along the Kron's trajectory. To avoid getting hit, Centaur was forced to conjure a strong updraft to make a U-turn and avoid the blunt of the explosion. Seeing that all eyes were still following its movements, after gaining altitude, Centaur started flying in circles and preparing a trap. Coming from the opposite direction from their partner, Termin and Maruk tried to take the humans by surprise. Yet no one had actually paid any attention to the Kron, their casting uninterrupted. Floria had already conjured a tower shield made out of earth, its surface completely frozen. A perfect counter to most spells based on air or fire magic, the only elements a Re could use. Belia was now wearing a thin suit of armor, formed by countless shards of ice, the number of which was rising at dramatic speed, covering every inch of her body and forming odd spikes on her back and arms. Maruk had often seen that spell in the past years. The Re knew it meant troubles. Termin, we have no time to lose. If the armor fully forms, we'll lose our physical advantage against that pup, and we'll be forced to rely more on spells. Then what are we waiting for? I'll take care of the pups, so dumb to use my elements, while you knock the others unconscious. Centaur has almost finished setting up the array. It's a foolproof plan. Stop thinking with your tusks, dimwit. It's all too obvious. This is either a trap or the most idiotic plan I have ever seen. Let's pretend to fall for it, but be ready to switch opponents once we understand their ruse. Maruk had used an air spell to keep contact with its partners, no matter how distant. Copy that, Maruk. Centaur replied, I'll give you all the covering fire you need. Let's kick their A*SCS and go home. I'm bored already. Phew, I'm glad I get to switch target with Maruk. Termin thought, I don't like the pup with the mean eyes. He gives me an eerie feeling. I can't put my knuckles on it, but he has a vibe that reminds me of Boss Scarlet. Termin wasn't stupid, quite the contrary. Maruk knew it, and that was the reason it had lashed at the Sinji's eagerness. Termin had the sharpest instinct among the three, but this time was too embarrassed for sharing its readings. Both the magical beasts charged at their opponents, Maruk in a zigzag pattern to not offer an easy target, while Termin could only advance in a straight line. Well, look at that. Lith thought. Seems that when not chasing us, they're not allowed to use fusion magic. First the Kron, and now the Re aren't using air fusion speed boost to overwhelm us. If I'm right, this is a rare occasion to go mano a mano with a magical beast. If I'm wrong, man, I'll fall valiantly protecting the team and get the heck out of here. Visen had yet to finish his second spell. He needed more time. There were only so much Lith could do, with all the restrictions that the presence of witnesses burdened him with. But having already drank another set of 3 fake potions and activating air, fire, and earth fusion, he was still quite confident after discovering that his opponents had restrictions too. Lith flew toward the Re, maneuvering in all 3 dimensions, forcing it to a stop. Not this again! Maruk growled in frustration. Suddenly, switching targets didn't seem such a good idea anymore. Maruk, my stubborn apprentice. Seems like yesterday, when a man-pup gave you a good beating, and I once again pressed you to learn how to fly. Any creature that controls air magic should do it. Refusing to is a sign of either pride or stupidity. Which one is your case, apprentice? Boss Scarlet's voice resounded in its ears. It doesn't seem like it was yesterday, and you repeated that 100 times already. I get it. Now shut the F***ck up. This pup is troublesome. Scarlet guffawed at the Re, trying to hide its shame and embarrassment behind an angry facade. Meanwhile, Termin had almost reached the girls. When Asinji was about 30 meters, 33 yards, from them, they both launched toward it 2 yellow wisps of air magic, one from the left, one from the right, an AX pattern that left Termin no way to dodge. Oh, **T. Not this again, Termin thought. Having learned its lesson, the Sinji dived nose first toward the ground that opened under the girl's astonished eyes and turned softer than cotton, allowing the beast to burrow through like a hot knife against butter. That move had caught them unprepared, but Floria training kicked in. She kept following the tunneling effect with her eyes, while casting a Mage Knight spell with her free hand. Belia's armor was almost complete, and several full-formed ice weapons were circling around her, waiting for a command. Like Floria, she was readying another spell, cursing herself for not having bought any potion. They had asked Lith if he could share them, but the imprint system made it impossible. From opening the stopper to drinking the liquid, only the owner was allowed to do it. There were only 2 possible options. Lith could drink and spit them into another bottle, but not only that was disgusting, it was also useless. Outside the flask, the magical properties would quickly disappear. The second one was to pass the liquid mouth to mouth. Everyone had dismissed the idea without a second thought. In the heat of the battle, it would have been suicidal. When Termin came out of the ground, right under the girl's feet, like a shark from a horror movie, it met Floria's tower shield reinforced by the Tower Guard spell. It enhanced the conjured shield density, raising its weight and hardness to that of a rock weighing several hundred kilos. Despite Tower Guard, Termin came out dazed but unscathed, while the tower shield shattered on impact, forcing Floria to cast for a new one. Lith 2 was having a hard time. Once the initial surprise was over, the Re had decided to ignore him and take down the weakest link. The other pup was doing nothing but casting nonstop, with no apparent effect. Much to Lith's disappointment, even with the potion-like boost from fusion magic, his physical attacks had almost no effect. The thick fur was like a cushion, taking the blunt of the hits and dispersing most of the kinetic energy. Damn it, if only I could go all out with fusion magic, this would go differently. Not on my watch, Lith yelled, releasing his Tier 3 spell checkmate spears to stall some more. But this time Maruk had its legs on the ground, and had already experienced the spell's effect. So it used compact and high-density air shields to deflect all the spears it wasn't able to dodge while moving at high speed with air fusion. F***ck me sideways, Lith thought. Their restrictions only apply when attacking, not defending. It took only a couple of seconds for Lith's spell effects to wear off, leaving the Re with nothing more than a few bruises. Vissen had yet to finish. How long does it take? Lith yelled in frustration. And don't you dare answering until everything's ready. Perfection requires time. Vissen inwardly grumbled, completing the second spell and starting the third one. I swear that as soon as I get back to the academy, I'll stockpile speed potions like there's no tomorrow. How could I be so stupid? I'd really deserve a good beating. Once again, Vissen and the gods seemed to be perfectly in tune. Centaur had finally completed the dark air array in the sky, making flying above the trees impossible for the 4 students, while thunderbolts and black arrows rained from the enormous magic circle the Kron had materialized. The fast lightnings and the slower arrows coordinated their trajectories, leaving Floria's team no way out but defeat. Chapter 80. While Termin was still in a daze, Belia didn't miss the opportunity to strike with her most powerful lightning spell. The Sinji was incapable of using fusion magic, so it took a clean hit, its whole body going into a spasm, keeping it an easy target. Damn it, Belia thought. I was so scared when those things attacked. That's only thanks to Floria's instructions that I didn't freeze again. And to add insult to the injury, I was in such a rush that I ended using the bladed battle armor instead of the bashing one. Edged weapons are useless against such thick protections. FCK my life. Here goes everything. As soon as the lightning struck, Belia rearranged the ice shards that composed her armor, turning the gloves and war hammers that she slammed with the combined strength of her arms and flight spell between the Sinji's eyes. The impact was strong enough to make the beast take a few steps back, while shaking its head, trying to regain focus. The several blades conjured from the ice armor started to spin on their axis, turning into buzz saws. Following Belia's will, they encircled the enemy, attacking from all sides, managing thanks to their high-speed rotation to cut through the rock-hard skin. Termin scoffed at the girl's efforts. Please, the first hit is for free. The next ones you have to earn them. Just like the day of their first encounter, the Sinji activated Mountain Body, its strongest defensive spell. Every inch of Termin's body turned to a shiny black, its density raised to the extreme thanks to a massive flow of earth magic. A short charge forward was enough to send Belia crashing against tree, stopping the blade swarm in its tracks. Floria had no idea how to stop something so strong and heavy, yet she had to try. It was in that moment that the situation turned for the worse, with lightning and dark projectiles raining from the sky. That's a game two can play. Vincent inwardly screamed, Gods, why in a hero's tales they're never caught in the middle of a spell? Talking should be a free action. It was his time to shine, yet he was forced to keep chanting the third warden formation, while with his foot he activated the magic symbol he had engraved in the ground. All he could do was use first magic to create a bang noise, alerting his companions. Instantly, the entire area of the fight was surrounded by magnetite-enriched stone pillars that acted like powerful lighting rods and intercepted every single electricity magic-based attack. SHT. I wanted to complete all three to maximize their effect, but we are losing ground every second. Gritting his teeth, Vincent activated the second array, creating a 10 meters, 11 yards, radius low-gravity field. The four mages had all stored a flight spell in their rings or were already flying, so they could instantly cope with the sudden change. Gravity or not, it made no difference to them. But when Termin tried to take on Floria's shield, she only had to give it a strong push upwards to send it in the air, like the Sinji was just a balloon. Belia's armor had already reformed, and she was ready to intercept the enemy. According to the plan, she should have kept it in the air, exploiting the Sinji's weakness to wear it down with physical and magical attacks, giving Floria the time to take care of the Re. But avoiding the sudden hail of dark bullets and foiling all Termin's attempts to reach the ground required all of her focus, leaving Belia no time to attack. Termin was conjuring tendrils of earth to get back down, generating at the same time thick ice shields to intercept Belia's spells and ice bullets to keep her away. The Sinji couldn't allow to be hit by a lift again. It would have been too humiliating failing twice for the same trick. Termin was giving its all, swimming towards the tendrils. All Belia could do was use her conjured weapons to cut the tendrils as soon as they arose from the ground, while dodging the combined attacks the magical beasts were raining on her. Lith could only curse their bad luck. Who would have thought that magical beasts can use arrays too? Based on what I have seen, if I could use true magic, I could fight on par with one of them. But as a fake magic user, we need two of us to make one of them. Even if Myrna was still with us, we would still be at disadvantage. We have only until Vincent's formations run out of juice before the wipeout. Gotta take care of that Kron, and fast. As soon as the second Warden array was activated, Lith circled around the flabbergasted Maruk, whose legs were now a few centimeters floating above the ground, grabbing it by the tail and throwing it toward Floria. According to the plan, it was up to her to get rid of the Re with the ace in the hole Lith had kindly provided. But even without the lightnings, Centaur's control on the array was on another level compared to Vicen's. Centaur could freely manipulate the dark bullets, aiming only to their enemies, greatly reducing the advantage the low-gravity field granted the man-pups. The Kron would also reinforce the barrage, adding wind blades, making any attempt to attack her allies even harder. Despite always having refused to learn how to fly, Maruk was a natural at air magic. Even just reacting by instinct, the Re was able to move enough to avoid almost all Floria half-baked attacks. Seeing no other way out, Lith decided to resort to a ridiculous plan that had just popped in his head. Termin was completely focused on Belia and at controlling the tendrils. Its back was wide open. The Sinji had yet to notice that Lith and Floria had switched opponents. Lith shoot a fireball at the ground below Termin. The resulting explosion propelled it in the air, away from the earth tendrils and scattering the defensive shields. Lith moved below the belly of the beast, pushing it upwards with all the speed and strength he could muster. Vicen's array didn't cover that much space. Lith needed to gain momentum fast before the reduced gravity effect wore off. He soared the skies, willingly walking into Centaur's trap, using Termin as a shield, though it was the poor Sinji that took all the damage in his stead, grunting at its opponent for using such a dirty tactic. Centaur was forced to temporarily stop the sky array. Termin could take lightnings all day and whistle the whole time, but darkness bullets were another story. Every time they hit, they would sap the strength and vitality of the victim. When all the momentum had dissipated and the Sinji started to plummet, Centaur hesitated for a moment. The Kron could see its friend had gone limp. Its eyes were clouded by the fatigue and pain from all the friendly fire it had endured. Centaur was worried that falling from that height, Termin could get seriously wounded if it didn't manage to soften the landing. Lith exploited their friendship, using that moment to reveal himself, casting his new and hopefully sure kill spell. Despite its name, Checkmate Spears had yet to defeat a single opponent. Burning Prison. 6 fireballs appeared at the same time around Centaur, one above, one below, and the others in a square shape, resembling for a moment a giant, flaming 8-faced die. Without giving the enemy the time to react, they all detonated together, inflicting heavy damages despite the air shield Centaur had managed to conjure at the last split second. Back at the castle, having nothing else to do, the professors were spectating and commentating their students' performances. "That's my student." Professor Vaster was puffing his chest with pride. "I always told you, Thorman. Healing magic develops calm and foresight. That alone wins half of a battle," he said while actually looking at the headmaster, trying to get extra funds from him like everybody else. "Bullshit," Professor Wainmeyer replied. "That's thanks to my classes. Only a forge master can have such a quick casting and precision at timing his spells. Bah, you should get a full checkup as soon as possible. Clearly there is something wrong in your head." Vaster scoffed at her remark. "What if I killed you both at the same time?" "You are ruining my show," Manohar yelled, throwing salty snacks at them. Unlike the others, he was sitting on a very comfortable-looking armchair, surrounded by bowls filled with delicacies. He was zapping from fight to fight, looking for something interesting. Right now, he was trying to follow Floria's group from different angles through the surveillance mirrors. "Man, this stuff is good," he said while eating a pretzel-like snack. "We should record and sell it. I call dibs on the profits. I need more funds." "Okay, Linjos." The headmaster could tolerate the lack of honorifics, but the idea of making a business out the sweat and blood of his students was too much. Those were the lives of young adults, not the entertainment for some rich and bored noble. Yet the idea had its allure. The academy was a black hole for money. No matter how much the kingdom invested on it, there were never enough. I'm more interested in one student managing to develop a Tier 4 personal spell after a month. "Great job, Nailier." Professor Nailier replied with a polite bow, using the hand behind her back to give the finger to her boastful competitors. Before the smoke dissipated, Lith was already charging full speed ahead. "I bet everything I have that the F-King Kron is still alive and kicking. No matter how much I put in a single spell, it's never enough against a magical beast." And he was right. Centaur was injured, but far from being knocked out. It had managed to compensate quality with quantity, conjuring a series of concentric air barriers, having the spell effectiveness. While the Kron was still dazed by the booms and the blinding flames, Lith appeared through the lingering smoke. Putting the potions finally at use, he punched Centaur multiple times in the head and body. Back on the ground, without covering fire, Maruk was losing ground quickly. The array intercepted every lightning, while Floria's shield offered protection against any quick spell it could whip up. Floria was managing to hit more and more often. Her sword was perfect for piercing the thick fur and skin of the Ree that was now bleeding from multiple points. After using Blast Guard to throw her opponent off balance, she took out something from her dimensional amulet, using first magic to keep it on the tip of the sword. At her next stab, Maruk did its best to dodge, but Floria still managed to use her superior mobility to stab through, injecting the clacker's poison Lith had saved from the previous day in the enemy's side. Chapter 81. All those who were spectating were so astonished to be at loss for words. Scarlet and the headmaster called each other so fast that it was impossible to know who had called who. "What the heck is that thing?" asked Linjos. "How the heck did a fourth-year student got her hands on a stunner clacker's venom?" asked Scarlet. Having got his answer already, Linjos returned the favor. "Yesterday that group was attacked by clackers. One of the poison ones was recued and managed to detoxify himself. I never expected for him to actually store the venom for later use." Son of a... Scarlet turned back at the fight, where the tables were quickly being turned. Turman had managed to land safely, but its energy reserves were scraping the bottom of the barrel. Belia, on the other hand, could finally show all her prowess. By rearranging the ice shard that composed her armor, she was able to change the shape and size of all its parts. Sacrificing her defense, she turned her limbs in giant swords, hammers, sickles, whatever came to her mind that was better suited to juggle the Sinji in midair, while her conjured weapons darted around, piling up the damage. Floria kept sticking close to the Ree, while the venom started to take effect, making its movements sluggish and uncoordinated. Lith instead could feel that something was wrong. Despite all of his efforts, after a few blows, Centaur had managed to put some distance between them, blocking the incoming attacks with air cushions that dissipated the force of each strike before it could reach the Kron's body. "Damn it, Solus, remind me never to get close to a magical beast until I get a decent weapon. First the Ree, now the Kron. I'm too weak to get anything from physical attacks. FCK my life." There, Solus replied. "Look at the bright side. You learned this during an exercise, instead of risking your life on a gamble. Yeah, you were damn right. This time the glass is half full, even for me." Lith stopped giving chase and started casting another powerful spell, but Centaur was too fast, even in its debilitated state. Swallowing its pride, the Kron admitted defeat, using air fusion and air magic to run away as fast as it could. Centaur swooped down, rescuing Turman from Belia's clutches before it was too late. With a sudden U-turn, it grabbed also Maruk, using true air magic to make both its companions weightless. It was only then that Vissen completed the third array, conjuring multiple elemental spheres that would attack any opponent he would design as a target. Alas, there was no one left. To his defense, the whole fight had barely lasted a minute, and every time he had to activate an array or dodge an incoming attack, his casting speed had been severely affected. Warden spells were more suited to be prepared from the rear guard, rather than in the line of fire. "FCK," he yelled. "Right now, all that casting and sweat for nothing. Who cares?" Belia was on cloud 9. "We won. This time, they were the ones running away. We should celebrate. Where is Lith?" Floria cut her short, refusing to lower her guard yet. "Right here," said a voice from above. Watching his face, one could think they had actually lost. Lith could barely contain his anger and frustration. "Why did I even waste all that time learning martial arts again? They are useless against magical beasts, and against humans, I just need the simplest spell to kill or incapacitate them." "Well, maybe because you were so clumsy you would trip on your own feet," Solus sarcastically reminded him. Also, they're not useless. All that footwork practice saved our lives countless times. If in the future you get cornered, what would have you said if you did not do it? Oh, why I was so arrogant. Why didn't I learn them again? You are unbelievable. Nothing is good enough for you. Too cold, too hot, too lukewarm. Enough with you control issues. Quit whining and rejoice. You'll ruin everyone's mood. Just looking at him, everyone assumed back their combat position, believing Lith's demeanor was caused by an impending danger he was going to warn them about. "Where is the enemy?" asked Floria, looking left and right, keeping an ear out for any suspicious noise. Lith used life vision, searching the proximities for any sign of danger. "Gone, I'd say. Even from above is all trees and small animals." "So, do we really win?" A radiant smile appeared on Floria's face, finally lowering her estoc. She turned towards her companions, her arms raised to the sky in sign of joy. The others followed her suit, getting close to each other. Before something unspeakable like asking him to partake in a group hug could happen, Lith burst their bubble. "Do you really want to start screaming in this God's forsaken forest? I say that with all the ruckus we made, it's better to go back to our haven before another uninvited guest shows up." "Party pooper," Solus scolded him. "Nonetheless, let's get out of here. The rings are empty, and your mana reserve are dangerously low." "I know. Using a Tier 4 spell requiring hexacasting, while using 3 kinds of fusion magic really did take its toll. And I can't even use Invigorate too much. Having an apparently infinite mana capacity would raise too many questions." His words spoiled the happy mood, and by the time they got back at the cave, most of the euphoria was gone. "I still can't believe it." Belia's cheeks flushed at the thought of their battle. "I resent that. My plan was rock solid." Floria objected. "Indeed it was, but you misunderstood me. I meant that I still can't believe I didn't screw up. After how I behaved during the first day, I was starting to believe I was a hopeless case." There. A single slip-up means nothing. It can happen even to the best of us." Vissen was mostly speaking about himself, trying to be supportive at the same time. They started sharing the highlights of each one's contribution to the victory, patting themselves on the back and complimenting to each other. Lith was already nauseous from all the niceties, seriously considering to cut off the next hand on his shoulder. "If we want to eat more than hot air today, we need to prepare the meat. Has any of you ever skinned and gutted some game?" Lith used earth magic to conjure several jars from the ground, to collect the non-edible parts before destroying them with darkness magic. An awkward silence followed. "I never hunted alone before. I would always give my game to the cook. He always took care of the rest." Floria was embarrassed, so she fiddled the ground with her foot. "Interesting," Lith thought. "Floria does that every time she feels uncomfortable. I could exploit this tell if I ever decide to plagiarize poker. Or if you're curious about who she is interested in." Solus chimed in. "What? Come on, spoil sport. Don't you want to see some romance? You are all so young and hormonal. Wouldn't it be cute if 2 of your teammates hook up?" It would be a disaster. First, their mind would become even emptier, and second, I don't want to spectate some kids making out. The cave is little and my patience short. Solus' mind pouted at him. According to Solus' observations, Floria wasn't uncomfortable around any of her teammates. That was disappointing for her. She really wanted someone to jump on Lith, just to see his reaction. "I know only the basics, but I'm a fast learner." Vissen volunteered, winking at the girls. Neither of them is really cute, but beggars can't be choosers. He thought, "I will show to the girls that a real man doesn't fear a little guts and blood." Having already experienced high school, Lith could recognize that look at first sight. It was what undeserved confidence mixed with desperation and the willingness to FCK anything that moves looked like. "Okay," Lith said, hiding a cruel grin behind a kind mask. "First, you have to drain the blood. To do that, you hang them upside down and then cut off the head." He made an exaggerated movement on purpose, sending a little blood everywhere. Vissen's face lost its color, turning pale. Lith mercilessly handed him a big fluffy rabbit. Despite being already dead, its big round eyes were staring at Vissen, like asking, "Why did you kill me?" While Vissen was trying to come up with an excuse to go back with the girls, Lith had already took the skin off of his prey, handing that to Vissen. "Put in a jar for me, please." Lith never stopped smiling with a kind and brotherly expression on his face. Vissen let the rabbit fall from shock. When his hands touched the greasy and sticky side of the skin, he turned green, fighting against the urge to puke. "You're a monster," Solus accused him. Guilty as charged. He confessed. "At this point, you need to perform a big incision and pull out all the organs. Like this." He turned the gutted rabbit toward Vissen to let him better appreciate the view. Just to keep on the safe side, Lith reinforced the hush barrier and conjured a pot really close to his teammate. "Why are you still holding the skin?" Lith pretended to not have noticed he was frozen stiff. "Here, toss away the guts for me, please." When Lith handed him the viscera too, it was too much for Vissen. He fainted on the floor like a dead weight. Lith had expected some screaming and puking, but that was fine too. "What happened?" the girls asked after hearing the thump sound. They had run the bathroom after the first blood. "Nothing." Seems Vissen is not cut to be a hunter, though. After getting rid of the poser, Lith's movements became much faster and precise. It wouldn't take him long to finish. "Does anyone know how to cook?" he asked. "Are you asking that just because we are girls?" Floria sounded quite enraged. "No, just because I hope someone can give me a hand." Belia said, "I know how to eat, though." "What about you?" "Oh, fearless leader." Lith poked her, since Floria still refused to reply. "I never got the chance nor the desire to learn, but I'm quite skilled at eating too. Thank you for asking." Floria took a mental note to at least learn how to butcher, otherwise her hunting skill would lack a practical use. Before starting to cook, Lith cleaned everything and destroyed the jars and their content. He called the girls to wake up their fallen comrade and show them how to use first magic for cooking. When the delicious smell of roasted meat started to spread, Vissen fully regained his senses and appetite. Using so many powerful spells while fighting such a hard battle had exhausted most of their mana and stamina. They managed to wolf down everything they had got during the morning, leaving nothing for dinner. Despite not having salt or any spice, their meal was seasoned with victory and hunger, making that the best meal the three of them ever had in their life. Chapter 82. After lunch, the group fell asleep. The stress and the fatigue from the last 2 days weighed heavily on everyone, but Lith and Floria were the most affected. They had been on their toes non-stop since their arrival in the forest. The only moments of rest were those that they spent in the cave. Lith had pushed his body so hard during those days that he was aching all over. He used invigoration as much as he could, and that meant very little. From his experiments with the potions, Lith knew that the physical enhancing ones had side effects, just like fusion magic, that only proper rest could remove. Invigoration could make up for them, but how could he possibly justify his ridiculous recovery speed? His mind kept searching for a solution, but without success. Restless, he started reconsidering his group's situation and chances of success. The more he thought about it, the more the exercise didn't make any sense. How the heck is a group of teenagers supposed to last for a whole week? With no prior notice, nor someone capable of hunting, I can't see even a genius get past the 3rd day. The headmaster's magical beasts attacked once a day, and each time it was much worse. If by tomorrow they get serious, it will be our end. And that's just the icing of the cake. There's also the fear, the need to search for food and shelter. Not to mention things like those spiders that just want to eat you. Sure, we could just hole ourselves in the cave, but if Solus is right, then we would only risk of damaging our grades. I don't know how long I can still hold on. The forced cohabitation is pushing me to the brink of insanity. My hatred and rage are eating me from the inside. It's only a matter of time before I snap. Floria's group woke up only for a frugal dinner at the expenses of Lith's food stock before going back to sleep. The moon was shining bright in the sky, and from its favorite spot, Scarlet was contemplating the last piece of the puzzle that had fallen into its lap. The Scorpicore was atop the tallest hill of the forest, the only place from where something of its size could sit comfortably while looking at its domain. First, a group of 5-man pups with 6 mana cores. That alone was beyond odd, but with the clackers ravaging the forest, I had almost forgot about it. But then, somehow, one of those man-pups manages to remove from his body the stunner clacker's venom without it losing much of its potency. I know it's not a big deal detoxify it with magic or an antidote, but extracting it from a victim? Not even a magical beast capable of using light magic would be able to accomplish such feat, let alone a human, with their silly imitation of magic. It would require to be able to locate and manipulate the venom coursing through the body with surgical precision. That's something that only an awakened like me would be able to do. I need to have a chat with this pup before this charade comes to its end. Scarlet's elite squad was in a deep slumber, resting to recover from the many wounds received that day. The Scorpicore set a powerful barrier around its beloved minions, so that no one could bother them without incurring in a sudden death. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, Scarlet took off, using his gold-rimmed enchanted pince-nez to find where the anomaly was hidden. There were just a few dozen groups remaining. Between that and its speed, finding the cave was a simple task. Once outside, it suddenly realized to have overlooked a major problem. Damn it! How the heck do I start a conversation without scaring the SHT out of him? Scarlet scratched its right ear with the back leg, searching for a solution. I got so used talking to Linjos and his minions that I had almost forgot that my appearance can be quite intimidating. Kidnapping isn't a good icebreaker. I could enter after devolving to a cat, but why should he talk to me? Damn, this is going to be harder than I expected. After pacing for a while, hoping Lith would somehow notice its presence and wake up, Scarlet decided to change its approach. Thanks to the pince-nez, it could see that the anomaly was a ring. The artifact was different from everything Scarlet had ever encountered. Its curiosity was more piqued by the second. Scarlet decided that if the owner was unavailable, it could always try with the artifact. Scarlet sent a tendril of mana, thin as a silk thread, to connect its mana core to Solus, establishing a telepathic link. Whatever you are, I demand an explanation. What are you trying to accomplish in my domain? Why are you leeching energy from a helpless pup? Speak, or I will crush you between my fangs. Scarlet didn't like humans much, but was still polite towards them, hoping to avoid useless conflicts. But when facing cursed objects, it would show no mercy, stooping down at their level and speaking the only language they knew, violence. Hearing that alien voice resounding in her mind, Solus was terrified, instantly waking up. It had been such a violent intrusion that even Lith regained his senses, his conscience dragged along with hers. What is happening? He asked. I don't know, there's a voice in my head and a giant monster thingy outside. Using life vision, Lith could see through the cave's walls Scarlet's silhouette and energy signature. His mouth went agape in front of the biggest and strongest magical creature he had ever seen. Solus, what's its mana core? His mouth went dry. Lith needed to lean against a wall to not fall on his knees for the shock. Bright blue, but there's something odd. The amount of mana it holds it's beyond words. It's like the world energy is willingly seeping in its body. It's similar to your breathing technique, but unbelievably stronger. Lith, I am scared. Same. We're the FCK are the professors. Without them we are dead. Knowing there wasn't much he could do, Lith activated Invigoration, quickly replenishing all his mana reserves and restoring his physical strength. If he had to die, he would die fighting without holding back. Watching the world energy flow inside the pup through its pince-nez, Scarlet winced of joy. One of its questions was already answered. He was clearly an awakened too. Now the problem was to ascertain how deep he had been corrupted. Using another thread of mana, Scarlet created a separate mind link with Lith. Fear not, I mean no harm, otherwise I would have just made the hill collapse, burying you all alive. I only want to understand the cursed object purpose and goal. I don't want to kill you, but if you try defending that parasite, you'll leave me no choice. Lith was so shocked hearing another voice in his head that he started to believe he was actually going mad. Everything was happening too fast, and he could not make head or tails of those words. What cursed object? Who are you, and what do you want from me? Luckily, unlike his mind link with Solus, this one was active, not passive. It required Lith's will to pass information or thoughts, so he could channel his anger and conceal his fear. Do you deny having a living being at your finger? Since the monster knew so much, Lith realized that lying would be useless. The best he could do was hide part of the truth. No, but it's just a dimensional ring. It does no harm. Soulless real nature had to be kept hidden, otherwise the creature could take her for itself. You fool, Scarlet sneered. Who would give life to such a trivial object? Don't you realize how deep is its deception? I can't believe that despite being awakened you are so stupid. It's clearly a lie, and you know it. I'm a what? Lith asked. That conversation was making less and less sense. Scarlet snorted, cursing humans and their inability to take care of their own. Another self-taught? Not bad, pup. An awakened is someone that has learned to manipulate his own mana core. Not only it allows him to use magic the same way magical beasts do, guiding it with the mind instead of the body, but also makes possible to refine the mana core, drawing in the world energy and permanently adding it to his own. It's what you just did, pup. Now tell me, how do you call your talent? Every one of you I met gives it a different name. First magic, the supreme art, original magic, whatever. True magic. Lithmind blurted without a second thought. He had finally met someone that could explain to him true magic. Chapter 83. True magic. Scarlet sneered. Another pretentious name for my collection, then. Why don't you come out? Talking this way is tiresome. What about my professors? Aren't you afraid of them meddling? No. Right now, their surveillance mirrors just show you sleeping. It requires a bit of effort, but I can tamper with them for a while. Lith swallowed a lump of saliva. The monster wasn't lying. It could have killed him 10 times already. But that only made the situation even more scary. How do I get out without waking the others? A warp steps appeared in front of him, leading in front of the Scorpicore. Fighting hard to keep his knees from shaking, Lith started weaving all his strongest spells, preparing for the worst. Scarlet stared at him with an inquisitive look. Despite being so close, it was hard to perceive any trace of corruption, and that was already a good sign. What do you want from me? Lith asked with one spell ready for each of his fingers. I already told you. I just want your cursed object. After that, I will get out of your hair. My partner is no cursed object or anything. It's just an artifact. You are clearly mistaken. Do you even know what a cursed object is? No, Lith admitted. You see, no matter how powerful an artifact is, it has no life. It's just an object. Scarlet handed to him its pants nest. This is an artifact, believe me. Now, use your true magic and tell me, does it feel alive to you? Lith used invigoration and life vision, perceiving many and powerful magics within it, but no life. It had mana flow, but no mana core or life force. Solus, what about your mana sense? It indeed has more power than many of your professors, but no mana core. That huge castle is a massive and powerful artifact. But is it alive? Scarlet pointed to the white griffin with one of its claws. Once again, both life vision and mana sense reported a huge flow of mana, but no mana core. No, Lith reluctantly said. Now, what about your ring? Lith used invigoration for the first time ever on Solus. Just like in the past, he had used life vision to see her mana flow and life force. Invigoration revealed a small yellow mana core. Why didn't you ever tell me you have such a weak core? Lith asked, surprised by the fact that she was so weak despite all the years spent together. Well, you never asked. Besides, what did you expect? After almost starving to death, I was left with barely a red one. I still need time to recuperate. It has a yellow mana core. Lith admitted. Scarlet had to swallow down a huge scoff. That confirms my worries. That thing is playing him like a fiddle. There's no way a living artifact has just a yellow mana core. It must be using some trick to cloud his senses. Scarlet nodded and proceeded with its explanation. Life cannot be created on a whim, from nothing. There are only two ways to give life to an inanimate object, and both require a terrible price. The first method requires a mage or creature very powerful and very insane. A cursed object is when someone takes out a huge portion of himself and binds it to a powerful artifact. A lich's phylactery is the most common example, but is not the worst kind. Some creatures have a deep grudge or insane ambition, but no will to live forever. So they pass this obsession of theirs to the one object they're most attached, giving it life. But beware, despite having a mind of its own and immense powers, a cursed object is most of the times just a shadow of the worst parts of his creator. It entices its new master with promises of power and glory, but every time they are used, the boundary between master and servant gets thinner. The mind link they share allow the object to tamper with the owner's mind, changing it little by little, until he becomes a copy of the object's maker, striving to complete its loose ends. And when a user dies, they just search for a replacement. What about the second method? Lith was stalling for time, hoping someone would come to his rescue. Well, that's even worse. To the point, it's part of the so-called forbidden magic. Forbidden. Lith had never heard about any kind of magic being forbidden, not even necromancy. Yes, forbidden magic is the most horrible thing a magical creature could do, using the life of others to empower his creations. Such magic can give birth to miracles, but the price is too high, the risks immense. It's an unnatural process, almost impossible to balance. One tiny mistake can turn the miracle into a nightmare. The most common case of forbidden magic is when the mage is so obsessed by someone to resort to magic to bound him, her, to an object. The victim becomes doomed to an eternity of slavery, and after the death of its captor, the only things that awaits is madness. Still a prisoner, incapable of free will, doomed to obey whoever holds the magic's focus. I am no hero, nor a self-proclaimed ally of justice, but destroying such abominations is an act of mercy towards the victims of this perverted kind of magic. Thanks for the lesson, but my partner is neither. Lith clenched his fists, unwilling to submit. Isn't there any way to prove you that you are wrong? He asked as a last resort, hoping to avoid a third death. Of course there is. Scarlet's tail stopped waggling, assuming a question mark shape. Being the tail of a scorpion rather than a cat, the gesture resulted threatening. Lith took several steps back, his whole body ablaze for the mana he was about to unleash. Damn tail. Shorty, heb it's die hard. Scarlet put the tail under its body in a signa of peace. I just need to touch you. The Scorpicore said, raising its huge paw. If I am wrong, which I consider highly unlikely, I will leave the both of you alone. You have my word. It made sense. Even Lith needed physical contact to use invigoration. If the Scorpicore had a similar technique, it was bound to work the same way. Lith nodded, and Scarlet pressed 2 digital pads on his forehead. Being much older and experienced than Lith, its aura technique not only had all of invigoration's properties, but also allowed Scarlet to get a glimpse of the subject's true nature. Under the effects of aura, no deception was possible. Both the body and the mind could not lie. What Scarlet saw sent cold shivers down its spine. The body was fine, and so was the mind and the mana core, aside from a small imbalance caused by too much refining. It was something that would fix by itself with time. But where Lith's true self was supposed to be, there was only a bottomless void, made of rage, grieving, and hate. Staring into that abyss, the Scorpicore could see the abyss staring back, trying to taint its mind with twisted logic and unbridled fury. Circling the void, there were several lights, keeping the void at bay and preventing it to devour everything. Getting closer to the lights, Scarlet was able to see that each of them had a face and a name. Carl, Rena, Lark, and so on. Only one light had a name, but no face. Solus. Order and chaos. What the heck is this pup? This is exactly what I would expect to find in a cursed object, not into any living being. If the corruption spreaded so fast, it means it's way worse than I thought. I will probably be forced to kill them both. To confirm its suspects, Scarlet touched the ring, only to once again remain completely dumbfounded. Not only the mana core was yellow, making it the worst living artifact ever, but there was no trace of madness, pain, or ill will. There was only a light like the scorpicore was used to see in cubs and babies. The being in the ring was so naive to be upsetting. The black dots encompassing the light had all the same name and face. Lith, being so close to the abyss for so long, seemed to have affected the living artifact, making it less trustful and cynic. By the Great Mother! Scarlet's head was spinning. The human is corrupting this thing, not the other way around? What madness is this? Because of the shock, the scorpicore took a step back, trying to rearrange its chaotic thoughts. Whatever you are, you're not a kid. You are a monster. Scarlet growled. Well, you're not that good-looking either, at least according to human standards. Lith filled himself to the brim with mana with invigoration. The beast's tone and glare had already said all he needed to know. Insolent whelp, who cares about looks? It's not about what you do. It's because of what I am. Lith completed the phrase, remembering Protector's words. I am soulless. It's been great knowing you. It seems you'll have to find another partner. Please, forget about me, and live as long and happily as you can. The disparity between Lith and his opponent wasn't something that could be overcome with dirty tricks or ingenuity. Lith was preparing himself to die. His only hope was to give Soulless enough time to run away from the mad beast. No way. It's only my fault. If it wasn't for me, this thing would have left you alone. I'm not leaving you. I have no chances on my own. I much prefer to go down fighting instead than running. Soulless squeezed her ring form hard, preventing Lith to take it off. Thanks to its aura technique, Scarlet was still able to see both the mana cores. The ability had long-lasting effects. For a brief moment, the cores started to pulse in unison. The yellow one took the excess energy from the cyan one, turning green and allowing it to stabilize to the next level. The two cores' resonation allowed Lith's magic power to go way beyond his limits, to the point that the ring grew and expanded, covering the right hand in the form of a fingerless glove. It was still nothing compared to the scorpicore's strength, and yet the creature stared in amazement. Nothing that night made any sense. Its patience had run out. I yield, Scarlet said, leaving Lith and Soulless as shocked as the scorpicore. Chapter 84. You what? Lith kept using invigoration, overloading his body with mana. He had no reason to believe such a change of heart. Yes, sorry. Finding so many mysteries at once overwhelmed me for a second. I will stay true to my word and leave you alone. I don't know what that thing is, nor what you are, but that's not reason enough to kill. Scarlet noticed that aside from that fleeting second, both the mana cores had gone back to normal. The weak AS artifact was back being a ring. What do you mean saying you don't know what I am? Lith was now more scared than before. You may have the appearance of a kid, yet you are not. You are closer to an abomination rather than a human being. The opposite stands for your partner. That thing is not a twisted perversion of life, but a living being like I never met before. My reasoning was based on false assumptions. I almost let my arrogance guide my hand, and for that I apologize. The scorpicore lowered its head. Its menacing aura and aggressive stance subsided. Why did you think my partner is deceiving me? Lith didn't know how to react. The only thing he could think of was to act friendly but remain vigilant. Do you know that it's taking part of your life force? Well, yes. When I found my ring, it was on the verge of death. We have helped each other ever since. The pup kept spewing unbelievable truths like they were the most natural thing in the world. Scarlet's head was spinning. The scorpicore took pride in its knowledge and wisdom, but none of it helped making sense in that mess. On the verge of a nervous breakdown, Scarlet decided to perform a last attempt. It placed the left paw on Lith's head and the right one on Soulless, while activating aura. Their thoughts cannot lie. If the living artifact attempts to tamper with my readings, I will notice immediately. It thought, "Are you a human or an abomination?" It asked Lith. As far as I know, a human. Truth. Were you filled with rage before finding your partner? I think I was even worse before. Truth with sincerity on top. Do you have any ill will toward the human? This time Scarlet asked Soulless. No, I like him very much. That answer brought the scorpicore to the peak of frustration. Everything I ever learned is a lie. It screamed in despair, letting them go. Unable to hold so much mana any longer, Lith let it disperse. Still in a daze, the Scorpicore had turned its back, preparing to leave. Wait, at least explain to me what made you change your mind. The link between you two is not parasitic. That thing is not really sucking out your life force. On the contrary, it allows you to use a bigger flow of mana than you naturally could, preventing the excess energy to damage your body and using it as its nutrition. Two birds with one stone. Killing you is also out of question. You did nothing wrong. I have watched your team during these days. You have showed respect toward the forest and its animals. As long as you behave, you are free to live your life as a student. It is none of my business. The Scorpicore took the skies with a single flap of its wings. A good-natured cursed object and an abomination capable of retaining its self-consciousness. Now I have seen everything. Lith had so many questions left unanswered in a corner of his mind. What was true magic? What was the awakened agenda? How to contact them? But the only thing he could think about was the joy of being still alive. He didn't want to meet the Scorpicore ever again, at least until he was strong enough to hold his ground. Lith went back to the cave. His body was already starting to experience the aftereffects of the mana overload. Moving as silently as he could, he went into the side cave bathroom, finally losing control of his bladder. The next day, he needed to use invigoration just to get back to his previous conditions. Between the physical and psychological stress of the encounter with the Scorpicore, he had barely been able to catch some sleep. He was in terrible shape, and so were his companions. Magic could heal all wounds, but there was only one way to recover their stamina without rest. The healer had to share his life force with darkness magic, but Lith was the most tired of them. While consuming breakfast, eating the herbs and fruits left from the previous day, Lith made his pitch. Guys, why don't we just give up? Everyone at the table was surprised, but no one seemed outraged at the idea. I mean, look at me. I'm a healer, yet I fought in the line of fire from the first day. I already used every trick in my book. If those beasts come back today, I doubt we have a chance to make it. We were sent here to learn, and damn if we learn more than a thing or two. Now we are physically exhausted and mentally tired. If this was a battlefield, I'd say that it's better to retreat to fight another day rather than fight a losing battle. With deep eyes and aching bodies from 2 days sleeping on the ground, the proposal sounded quite alluring. As much as it pains me, I can't accept. Floria spoke first. If this was a battlefield, you would be right not once, but 100 times. But this is just an exercise, and we have a lot to learn, even from defeat. Lith nodded. He could not refute her reasoning. Yeah. Belia chimed in. I understand your point. You are a skilled hunter and was able to stand your ground from the first day. But yesterday was my first true battle. I can't give up after achieving so little. It would fill me with too much regret. My thoughts exactly, said Vissen with a fierce look. I can understand the burden on your shoulders, but this is too important to quit like that. If you don't think you can cover for me, then don't. I need to learn how to fend for myself. I refuse to be a burden to the group. Fantastic, Lith thought. The group of rascals had to grow up a spine at the worst moment possible. I am beyond exhausted. All I want is a hot bath and get finally free from Big Brother's eye. Don't worry, Lith. Floria patted his back. I know that between the potions, the fighting, and the healing, your body must be screaming in pain. I'll do my best to make your job as easy as possible. Lith smiled, inwardly cursing his bad luck. Yeah, and by tonight, I'll be P.O.ping diamonds. He inwardly added. Once again, their day started by hunting away from the clacker's nest. They managed to gather meat and fruits, but remained on their toes the whole time. Floria was having second thoughts about her earlier decision. Lith was the only one that could use potions, and her first plan heavily relied on that to establish their tempo and not leave Vissen open. His spells could turn tables, but required a lot of time to prepare, being their magnitude and area of effect that big. But after going all out 3 times in 2 days, she could see how worn out Lith was. His hands kept trembling, his pace was unsteady. Knowing potion side effects, she thought they were the cause of his lack of vigor. Instead, he was still suffering from the shock of the previous night. Being in a life or death situation was something he was used to, Being discovered as not being a kid, but rather an abomination, had given him a real scare. Was the Scorpicore right about him? And what about soulless origins? Lith only wanted some peace and quiet to calm his nerves, yet he was forced to use life vision, alternating it with soulless mana sense to not waste too much energy. Both their abilities required focus and mana to be kept active, especially for Soulless, with her weak mana core and poor mana capacity. Yet they had to do it, knowing that it was only a matter of time before the next attack. For that day, Florio was paired with Lith and Bellio with Vissen. Incoming, Lith yelled, prompting his teammates to assume battle formation. There had been no warning this time. Everyone was astonished by Lith's keen senses and sharp instinct. Floria and Bellia managed to conjure their equipment, but this time the magical beasts were going all out. Infused with air magic, Mruk and Centaur moved faster than ever before, blitzing between their rank and forcing them on the defense. Floria's team could follow them with their eyes, but sadly their bodies were not able to keep up. Without potions and so little experience fighting on the forest ground, their only hope was to activate the flight spell from their rings. That relieved part of the pressure from Rook, but made Centaur even more dangerous. The Kron was able to move faster than an arrow, now that they hadn't the cover or rocks and trees anymore, striking with spells and talents. In a few seconds, their rhythm was destroyed, and Termin's arrival sealed the deal. This time the Sinji didn't charge at all, instead chose to move silently, making the ground soft as a carpet. Using its partner's distraction, he waited for an opportunity to make its move. As soon as the students' formation loosened up, he struck at their weak spot, Vissen, knocking him out with a single hit of its tusks. Lith yelled to warn his teammates, but everyone was already locked in battle. A professor appeared rescuing Vissen, and from that point it all spiraled out of control. In the Academy's environment, Lith could barely exert half of his real power, and now that amount was halved again. His body was devoid of strength, his mind out of focus, still replaying the conversation with Scarlet. But most of all, he lacked motivation. He was sick and tired of pulling most of the weight of the team by himself. It's my fault. I made everything too easy for them for too long. I attack, defend, heal, provide the meals, hunt, and cook. At this point, they could as well shove a broom up my ass so that I can wipe the floor for them when walking. If they want some experience, fine by me. But I'm done babysitting. Lith was lost when a lightning left him temporarily stunned, allowing Centaur to strike his back. Termin and Mruk teamed up, taking apart Bellia's armor like a tuna can, while Centaur kept Floria busy. Mruk managed to bite her exposed neck, but stopped its fangs before doing any damage. After that, the three magical beasts disappeared as fast as they had come. The exercise was over. Being the last one standing, Floria was filled with regret and frustration. There were so many things that she had overlooked, too many mistakes she could have avoided with a more proper planning. She finally realized her arrogance, always relying on Lith's apparently infinite tricks to keep the group afloat whenever something outside her plans happened. She should have given it more thought and less wishful thinking. By putting so much burden on a single unit, any group was bound to crumble as soon as the key member was unable to keep up. When Professor Thorman appeared to take her back at the White Griffin, Floria was still looking back at those last 3 days in hindsight. They had made so many mistakes, her plans were actually so full of holes, that she couldn't believe they had managed to last for that long. Chapter 85. When Lith regained his senses, he was back in the main hall at the ground floor of the Academy. While getting up slowly, try to shake off the lingering effects of the hit at the back of his head, he noticed that the hall was filling up quickly. There were lots of warp steps opened. Some are being left active, allowing students from the 4th floor of the White Griffin to reach the hall. Most of the warp steps, though, were used by professors going to and fro the forest, bringing back the students one by one. I guess that the 3rd day marked the moment when the magical beast stopped holding back. Yeah, Solus said, glad to feel the safety of the castle walls all around them. Honestly, I am kind of surprised that so many people managed to survive this long. Not to brag, but I was sure our group would be the one lasting longer. I didn't, Lith replied. There are too many variables to consider, like who had been warned beforehand by a relative, hence coming fully prepared, or how much time they spent outside. Not to mention that maybe some groups were just lucky, being comprised of people that were actually able to cooperate, instead of needing someone that guided them step by step. Judging from the expressions of his schoolmates, no one had any idea what they were waiting for, or why they had been summoned back into the hall. While he was still looking around, Lith noticed that his team had gathered around him. "Seems you were right," Vincent said. "There wasn't much I could learn by getting my AS handed to me. You should have understood that teamwork is vital, but being able to stand for yourself is equally important." Trask rebuked him. "I mean, seriously? Why so few of you have used first magic during the whole exercise? The headmaster will not let me hear the end of this. He is even considering to have you all retake the whole class from the beginning with a different teacher." "Well," Vincent tried to be as considerate as possible toward the professor. "First magic is good, but what could I have possibly achieved with it? I was trying to help my companions. They needed my arrays." Trask glared at him, clenching his fists. "Well, for example, you could have blinded the Sinji, so that when you attempted to dodge, it would haven't been able to intercept you. A failed array can be redone. A fallen member cannot be resurrected. Next time, instead of playing the hero, consider the bigger picture." Among those who heard him, most took Trask's words to heart. Aside from conjuring water to drink, very few of them had ever considered using first magic, deeming it useless. Remembering how she had used first magic to more easily slay the clackers, Floria stood straight as an arrow. Lith, on the other hand, could not stop rejoicing at the idea of getting rid of those blockheads once and for all. When all the students were assembled, the headmaster stepped forward. "First of all, allow me to welcome every one of you back. That said, I have bad news and good news. The bad news is that contrary to what many could believe, this was still a mock exam. Hence, no matter if you lasted 1 hour, 1 day, or 3, you all get 0 points." Linjos took a pause, letting the groans and curses to die out before resuming his speech. "This was your last wake-up call. From now on, you are on your own." This time, Linjos didn't keep still while talking. He walked among the various groups like a general inspecting his troops. "You should have learned that your name, status, and bloodline aren't going to protect you from an enemy, no matter how important you consider yourself. It's not only in the wilderness that such things hold no value, but also in the whole world. Do you really expect for everyone to respect or fear a feeble thing like a name? When you're outside the safety of your home, no one will ask you to introduce yourself before attacking. You should also have realized that petty behaviors create resentment. Many groups crumble from the start, either due to past grudges or simply because some of you are deemed untrustworthy. Last but not least, it seems that many of you didn't understand the nature of this test. It was meant to show you a glimpse of what a real battle is, to allow you to fraternize and overcome your differences. You were supposed to help and teach each other, not to barely lump together because you were said so." Linjos stared at several students that seemed to shrink under his gaze. "The week deadline was just a pretext. I never expected that some of you with the gall to hole up, hiding the whole time. This isn't a law school. What could you possibly learn from bending the rules? The exercise is worth 0 points, but such attitude cannot be tolerated. Any open violation of the rules will be punished by deducting points. As for the good news, points will be awarded to those that, according to their possibilities, help their teammates. While the points deduction is individual, those gained by all team members will be pooled and divided equally among those that cooperated. Otherwise, it would be unfair toward those that sacrificed themselves during the first day, or that fell because of someone else's mistake. Also, I didn't lie when I told you it would last 7 days. For the remaining 4, you have no classes, you're free to rest, go home, or self-study. It's up to you to decide. I hope that you will make good use of this time to think about this experience and learn from your mistakes." Dismissed. After saying goodbye to his ex-teammates, Lith jumped in the nearest warp steps, walking double time towards his room. He, in his bathroom, had some serious catch-up to do. No matter how Vincent had made the makeshift outhouse comfortable, it couldn't compare with a real toilet. Lith could finally use invigoration getting his strength back and relieving his sore muscles. He spent the next half an hour taking a long hot tub bath, while conjuring several ice mirrors to get rid of the few facial hairs that haunted his still childish visage and cutting his hair with their magic. Seems I was right about this exercise, Solus said while helping him with his cut. Without her help, Lith would have looked like an IRS clerk on a Monday morning. Did you have any doubt? Lith replied, still wondering after all those years what was wrong with the haircut he had back on Earth. It's a system devised to teach stuck-up, conceited kids respect and discipline. Once you understand its goal, the rest comes easy. With a brain like yours, cracking the code was easy like connecting the dots numbered from 1 to 7. Solus would have liked to get praised more, but Lith's stomach kept grumbling loudly more and more often. With a heavy heart, Lith dressed up. He would have much preferred to sleep for the next 24 hours, but hunger was still one of the things that scared him the most. He needed to eat and restock. He was already headed toward the canteen when Solus stopped him. Aren't you forgetting something? My pants are on, and I have yet to plagiarize and sell underwear. So my answer is no. Your friends from the healer class, silly. It's the perfect moment to get together and bond a little. After the mock exam, you surely have many things to share with each other. Please have mercy. I'm so tired already. Maybe next time. Lith cringed at the idea. I'm here only to hoard knowledge and connections, Solus said, while making her best Lith's brooding tone impression. I have no time to waste. I need valuable pawns once I become an adult again. Arguing with himself was beyond stupid, so he went to their rooms to invite them to an early dinner. When it was Freya's turn, she had just finished washing herself too. Her cheeks were still rosy from the hot water. That, coupled with the sweet smell of her skin and hair, made Lith dizzy for a second. Stupid body. Whenever it decides to grow, it will always be too late. Come on, she is so pretty. Solus still wanted her school romance, even if just as a spectator. What's wrong with a fling? She's a kid, and I am old enough to be her father. Everything is wrong with that. Once at the canteen, no one actually spoke for a while. They were all too focused on eating the first proper meal in days. Only after the second serving they began to share their stories. So, how long did you manage to last? Lith asked, hiding his sour mood behind a radiant smile. My group was one of the last returning to the castle. Uriel didn't miss the opportunity to show off. Everyone agreed, making me the leader. Lucky be starred. Pussy. Smart ass. He ignored the crossfire of name-calling. Uriel was aware of the power his father's status granted to him, so he accepted their envy with class. Hence, I managed to quickly make them assume a defensive formation. When the beasts arrived, they found us prepared. The worst part was standing watch at night, in turns, sleeping in the open and eating grass and fruits all the time. Yeah, Freya agreed. The lack of food and the dirt were terrible. My group was comical. We had 2 skilled hunters, but none knew how to butcher the prey. The smell of blood lured so many animals that we had to throw the game away and look for another place where to sleep. In the end, we didn't find any, so when we got attacked during the second day after a sleepless night, we lost 2 members at once. After escaping by skin of our teeth, we surrendered the next morning. We failed at making a decent camp again, and with no sleep at all, we were barely standing when the sun rose. What about you, Quilla? She was grinning from ear to ear. It was awesome. Best 2 days of my life. Her answer caught everyone by surprise. Care to explain? Lith asked. Sure. First, you have to understand that everyone was pissed at me, since I'm the top of the healing class. One of the top students. The other 3 remarked as one. Sure, whatever. It didn't escape their notice that Quilla seemed much more confident and fierier than before. Since they knew being second-rate at best, they started to call me just a healer and ordered me to not be in the way. So, when the attack happened, I did as they told me and ran like the wind on my own. When the others managed to catch up with me, after being forced running away, I learned that our self-proclaimed leader had been pummeled by a sim, a monkey-type magical beast. They started calling me a coward and trying to put the blame of the defeat on me. At that point, knowing that we were being watched, I gave them a solid piece of my mind. I told them that for all I cared we could fail from day one, and that I had no intention of letting them treat me like trash for a second longer. Things quickly escalated, and when one of them tried to hit me, Professor Vaster appeared, beating the CRP out of all of them. Chapter 86. Quilla stopped talking, laughing her as off at the memory, while tears of joy rolled out her eyes. He is quite fast for someone his size, you know, she said as soon as he managed to catch her breath. He beat mercilessly the one that assaulted me, and those that did nothing but watch as well. He then made clear that if they attempted something funny again, he would get them expelled. After that, my teammates and I reached an agreement. I would help them, but only at the condition that I would not take watch at night and get the first choice about food. We didn't last long, but I had the time of my life ordering them around. So when I got back at the castle, the first thing I did was getting a ballot. Quilla took out the black sphere from her cuffs, slamming it on the table, drawing all the eyes on her. The feeling of freedom is intoxicating. Freya, you should get one too. I don't see why a smart girl like you has to endure morons all day long. What about you, Lith? We lasted until the afternoon of the third day. Everything went fine. Lith cut his report short. It was time to get something back from his investment. During the exercise, I noticed that I cannot make full use of the potions without a weapon. You brought potions along? Uriel was incredulous. Yes, I did. I bought them as soon as I got some spare points. I needed to get used to their effects before using them in actual combat. I tested how long they lasted, their potency, and how strong I could hit or get hit before injuring myself. Nothing special. It's just the same thing we all did with the Academy's uniform. Judging from their blank stares, they had no idea what he was talking about. You do know that the uniform protects us, right? They nodded. And you didn't feel the need to check how it works? How much punishment it can take before ripping? What kind of blows you can take head-on, and what to dodge? Silence befell again. Well, between this and the potions, I'd say you just got yourself some homework to do during the next days. Lith said, smiling encouragingly to them. Don't worry for the uniform. It can self-repair from small damages. Thanks for your advice. Freya said. What were you saying about a weapon? That even if I had it, I lack the proper training. Freya, your second specialization is Mage Knight. What weapon do you use? Wow, I mentioned it to you only once, and you actually remembered. I use a rapier. It's a quick and nimble sword that easily pierces through an armor's joints, but it's not good for blocking heavy hits or cutting the enemy. According to my mentor, with my build, it's the weapon that suits me the best. Can you teach me the basics of swordsmanship? Lith asked. Having an enhanced strength is of limited use without a proper tool. Right now, when enemies come too close, I can only resort to first magic. I need more options. Maybe I can help too. Everybody turned to the unexpected guest. Mind if I join? Floria asked. I didn't get the chance to thank you earlier. Not you again. He inwardly sighed. Not at all. Like a perfect gentleman, Lith stood up, welcoming the newcomer. For a split second, he had been struggling to keep his amiable facade. Despite how tired and stressed he was, Lith could only play his part. Guys, this is Floria, my former team leader. Floria, these are my friends from the healer specialization, Uriel, Freya, and Quilla. It had taken him a lot of practice to say the word friends instead of the more accurate colleagues. Back on Earth, when Carl visited his workplace, many had got slightly offended with him for introducing them as simply colleagues. At that time, he didn't care. It was only a dead-end temporary job until his brother attained his master. Now, though, personal relations were of the utmost importance. I never understood why people have such a loose definition of friendship. A friend is someone that knows you. From things like your passions and ambitions to trivial things like your favorite book or color. As I see it, they're not my friends. They don't like me as a person, only my academic achievements. They don't even know the names of my sisters. Don't be so hard on them. They're just kids. Soulless Mind shrugged. They have met you in a though moment of their lives, and you have become close. You often spend time together, either in class or during the private lessons you gave them. For most people, that's more than enough to call someone a friend, especially considering you are not really open with them. Thank him for what? Uriel's interest was piqued. Lith was far from bad-looking, especially since he had stopped with perpetual frown and the murderous glare. Being both rising stars in the light department, Uriel had tried multiple times to set a double date, but to no avail. This was the first time that a girl that had come looking for him had not been dismissed with a polite excuse. Considering that they had spent a few days together and seemed in a good relationship, Uriel was hoping to get some juicy gossip. He sure likes them tall, he thought. Didn't he tell you? Floria was honestly surprised. Between her group's horrible start and how they heavily depended on Lith the whole time, she had expected him to complain about them with his friends as soon as they met. Instead, he had welcomed her with one of his rare, dimpled smiles, while the others clearly had no idea who she was. Tell us about what? As much as it hurts my pride to admit it, he was the key member from start to finish. Without Lith, we would have never lasted more than one day, let alone rack 50 points per day. Floria sat down, ordering her meal. Freya whistled with admiration. 30 points each for 3 days is a great score, considering it was a surprise test. How did you manage to do it? Floria chuckled. Sorry, I misspoke. I meant we each earned 50 points per day. 150 points in just 3 days? Uriel dropped his fork from a surprise. So much for nothing special. Please tell us all about it. For some reason, Lith has been quite evasive, to use an understatement. They didn't have to ask twice. Floria told them how he single-handedly repelled the magical beast on the first day, how he found and built them a safe haven. She put particular emphasis on the trick with the clacker's venom, and on how he taught them how to survive in the wild with first magic. You wouldn't tell at first look, but Shorty here is a monster, she said, patting energetically his back. The last word forced Lith to remember his encounter with the Scorpicore, sending a cold shiver down his spine. He didn't like the idea of being somehow related to abominations, even less how close he had got to die. Luckily, his stiff expression blended perfectly with the others. Everyone at the table was shorter or barely taller than Lith, despite being older. If he had to be considered short, what were they supposed to be? Gnomes? An artificial cave? How could I not think about it? Uriel held his head between his hands in frustration. Being a warden, things like that were supposed to be his specialty. Finding the hill was just a stroke of luck. Lith dismissed the whole thing with a wave of the hand. I'm sure you would have done the same if you had the chance. Wow, I never pegged you for the humble type. In your shoes, I would brag about the exercise for at least a month. Freya said, looking at him in a new light. Floria exaggerates things too much. Yes, I did my part, but it was a team effort. Vissen actually made the cave stable and habitable, not to mention providing the outhouse and supporting us in battle with his arrays. Floria herself had a rocky start the first day, but she learned from her mistakes and saved me from the clackers. She turned to be an excellent leader, and it's only thanks to her plan that we managed to survive the second day. She is the one that managed to envenom the Ree. I just gave her the means to. Belia, well, she clearly lacked Vissen's confidence or our battle experience, but she rose up to the occasion and did her part splendidly. I, on the other hand, am incapable of leadership and proved to be short-fused, often venting my stress on my teammates. Lith resulted really convincing, mostly because he had been sincere. He had underestimated too many dangers and lost control of his emotions more than once. It was hard to draw a line where his mana core issues ended and his anti-social behavior started. He knew he had a problem, but no idea how to fix it. Whatever, Quillis said. Next time, I want to be in your group. Things will be so much easier. Dream on. Freya sighed. There are only 34 healers for over 250 students. Hence, at least 16 groups had no healer during the exercise. It's impossible for us to ever end up together. Maybe, and maybe not. Uriel said, after the first trimester, students can go to the forest during the weekends to collect precious herbs and materials for themselves or exchange them for points. Not to mention, it's all experience. Lith felt that his plea for help had been lost in conversation, but the topic was quite interesting. Is mandatory a group for the forest? And will we be under surveillance again during our training? He asked. No, there is no need for groups. One could go alone or with 20 friends, although a 5-man group is highly recommended, especially for 4th years. And no, there will be no surveillance. We would be on our own. The only safety measure is a panic button, very similar to a ballot, but with only one function, a distress signal to call for help in case something bad happens. Interesting. Liv pondered. I could go alone to vent my stress, or with them as a shock therapy. 2 days are too little to make me snap, but more than enough to steal my feeble social skills. Isn't your team one member short? It would be a pleasure and an honor to work together with the top students of the light department. Floria's request hit their egos in all the right spots. How could we possibly say no to someone Lith holds in such high regard? Freya stood up and shook her hand. Since things were spiraling out his hand, he decided to get the best of it and ask Floria's help too. But that was the wrong moment. His companions were too happy from having found a kindred spirit, and he was too tired to bring them back to reality. Lith decided to postpone his request for swordsmanship lesson after the 4 days break. Because of the private lessons he had imparted them about first magic, he had never got the chance to get back home during the weekends. It was time to correct that situation. Chapter 87. Since Lith had been officially admitted at the White Griffin Academy, the lives of the inhabitants of the village of Lucia had become easier and safer, especially for Nana. When news spread that the village was the birthplace of a mage, nobles had become friendlier, avoiding to break the law or cause any trouble. Even passing merchants would be more likely to offer discounts, no more harassing the local smiths. The usual crowd of rogues and troublemakers that usually hanged around the tavern during the night had turned meek or left altogether. Of course, such behavior didn't come from the goodness of their hearts, nor from the fear of the youth that maybe in the future would become a great mage. Everyone knew he was away, and it would take no less than 2 years for him to return. The reason for such sudden change of heart depended by the fact that those who didn't behave had made the strange habit of disappearing without traces, kill themselves leaving behind a suicide note confessing their crimes, or simply died in accidents. What everyone but Nana ignored was that a mage's birthplace was his starting fief. Being Lith evaluated as a rank A student, one of the Queen's personal units was constantly monitoring the village, weeding out problems in the bud. They had no way to distinguish a simple criminal from someone that, either by his own will or because manipulated, was attempting to harm Litha's family. Most importantly, they did not care. As soon someone was identified as a potential threat, even if the investigations gave no results, they would get rid of the problem just to be on the safe side. The Queen kept them updated on Litha's performance and potential, stressing the importance of giving him no further reason to resent the Griffin Kingdom and defect. After the results of the mock exam, it was only because of Duke Hestia's compliance toward the school rules, leaving his daughter alone in hot waters and not trying to take revenge, that he barely managed to keep his dukedom in his neck. Based on what her contacts had told Nana, once Litha's talent had been recognized by Manohar himself, both the court and the Mage Association had taken to heart his well-being. For Nana, it meant the chance to keep a big price on her services, despite having nothing more to do outside her role of healer. Oh, she laughed, enjoying another sunny morning. Who would have thought that helping that young spirit of your brother could bring the new heyday of my life? It's never been so peaceful in years. How could my little brother have anything to do with it? Tista chuckled, while using chore magic to clean the room. Nana shook her head. Tista, my girl, you outshine your brother in many things. Looks, kindness, bedside manners. There are just 2 things that you should really take from him. One is talent. What about the other? Despite having learned spells up to Tier 3, Tista had still no idea how Lith had managed to cure her. She could only explain it with an abysmal gap in their gift for magic. No, I would never criticize someone about something innate. I was talking about being cynical and practical. You are too naive for your age. If your brother was here, he would look at me with his soul-chilling glare, make a couple of questions to which I would answer enigmatically, and I'm sure he would understand what I mean. Lith doesn't have a soul-chilling glare. Tista rebuked her mentor. He's the most loving and caring little brother one could ask for. Nana scoffed. Because he always treated you like a precious gem. Try asking your future brother-in-law, what does he think about Lith? And when you do, look him straight in the eyes and don't let him change the subject. Tista was about to rebut when the door of the home office opened. Both the women turned their heads, discovering that it wasn't a patient. Lith had returned. "Lil bro." Tista welcomed him with a warm hug. "You haven't changed at all." He held her tight, wishing he could kiss her on the head, but she was 7 centimeters, 3 inches taller than him. "I went away for a month, not a year. Or did you expect me to come back scarred from the battlefront?" "Meanie." She pushed him away with fake rage, giving a small punch on his shoulder. "Thanks for everything you did for me, Master Nana. I wouldn't be in the academy without you." Lith hugged his old mentor too. Nana enjoyed the embrace for a moment, asking herself if it hadn't been a mistake choosing to not have children. After her fall from grace, she had withdrawn, avoiding any meaningful relationship to not get hurt again. Maybe it was just the old age, or maybe hanging with those 2 little brats had cracked her armor. In any case, it was too late. "Why are you wasting time with this old bat?" Nana scolded him, poking him on the head with her walking cane. "Your parents are worried sick about you. Tista, you can have the rest of the day off. Bring him home. Use force if you must." Tista giggled, taking his brother's arm before leaving. "Someone feels clingy today. Since when do you like getting spoiled?" Lith laughed at the affectionate gesture. Since ever, duh. During their walk, Lith noticed many youths suddenly changing direction or crossing the road. Between her beauty, her status, and income as the future healer of the village, Tista was one of the most coveted maidens. Very few cared about the fact that she was still 2 years from the marrying age. Before Lith's departure, most were too scared to approach her. He had killed men at the age of 6, a magical beast at 8, and was infamous for being overprotective of his family. While mothers and girls praised his decisiveness, it struck fear in the hearts of the suitors that now believed to finally have free hand with her. "Is there someone in particular bothering you?" Tista made one of her radiant smiles that could light up a room. "No, thanks. I can defend myself. Besides, they are harmless." "Are you sure? Accidents happen. You just have to say the word." Solus jolted. Despite the casual tone and his bright smile, he wasn't joking at all. Tista didn't notice and laughed at the joke. "Speaking of accidents, the village lately has become really quiet. I feared that after you left, brigands would attack as soon Nana left the village. Instead, the whole region has never been so safe in years." Lith raised an eyebrow in disbelief. It didn't make sense until he remembered Linjo's words. "I had almost forgot my family is under surveillance. I must be careful not be followed when I perform my experiments." Since they spoke on daily basis with a communication amulet, Tista asked him why he had disappeared in the last 3 days. Lith told her everything about the mock exam, leaving her in awe. 5 mages fighting together against evil magical beasts. One experience. I bet you looked like the heroes of the stories Dad always told us when we were little. Magical beasts are not evil. Some are good, other bad, just like humans. And we didn't look like heroes, more like scared teens. Plus, I'm terrible with people, and you know it. Have you not been listening, or are you just trying to flatter me?" Tista punched his arm again in reply. When they arrived home, Lith noticed that the cultivated fields were bigger than he remembered. There were farm hands helping their parents. Now that all their kids had become independent, Alina and Raz had decided to expand the family business. When they saw him, they ran to his side, hugging him while crying uncontrollably. "My baby, my little baby is back," was the only thing they managed to say. Lith felt incredibly happy and awkward at the same time. Happy for their infinite love, awkward because he had yet get used to it, and because he didn't know if he deserved it. The real Lith, their son, had died 12 years ago, replaced by an alien mind. He knew it wasn't his fault. He didn't kill the baby, nor he had chosen them willingly. Sure, Orpul and Tryon had damned themselves with their actions, yet it was the miraculous survival of the baby that had led them to those events. Lith felt responsible for breaking up that wonderful family. "Aren't you forgetting something?" Solus meddled with his train of thoughts. "Without you, your mother could have died of childbirth. Remember how weak she was at the time? If she had been grief-stricken, she may have not survived, letting herself go without fighting. Not to mention that we don't know what would have happened. Orpal might as well started targeting Tista instead of you. And we both know how she wasn't able to stand up for herself. She could have died, either by illness or by your sick brother's hand. I can easily see him teaching her a lesson resulting in her conditions getting worse. Sure, he would later apologize and realize his mistake, but I still think he would have gotten himself disowned. Did you somehow force him to say all those mean things to Tista, making her, your mother, and Rena cry all the time? Did you manipulate him into sending those 5 goons to beat you to a pulp? No, it was all his doing, and he paid the price. It's much better having 2 healthy good children instead of a hot-headed, conceited shoal. The only way Orpal had to be happy was to be an only child. Knowing the human nature, Lith was prone to agree with her. Stealing a newborn food, his obsessive need for attentions, were all indicators of a twisted personality. Lith hadn't forgiven Orpal, nor felt sorry for him, only for his family. Feeling Tista's warm embrace, seeing her safe and happy, quickly dispelled the doubts that were clouding his mind. Saving a single Tista or Rena was worth killing 1,000 Orpals. Chapter 88. After entering inside the house, away from prying eyes, Lith made use of his newfound knowledge as a healer. He used invigoration to spot and fix all bone, muscular, and even intervertebral disc damages accumulated in his parents' bodies over time, due to the hard work in the fields and the aging. He also used Tier 4 magic to not make them feel tired because of the treatment, borrowing them his energy. What the? Raz moved around, feeling the subtle changes. I feel full of energy and my knots have disappeared. It feels like I'm 20 again. Glad to hear it. Lith replied, hugging his father. I have learned so much in just a month. The Academy has showed how limited my horizons were. There are many things I can still improve. He also performed a full checkup on Tista too. She was always fit as a fiddle, but Lith never stopped worrying about her. They talked about his mock exam, of which Lith gave an accurate description, although removing the encounter with the Scorpicore from the picture. Instead, he put particular emphasis on how he developed a good relationship with his teammates and Floria in particular. The doctored version of the story was aimed to avoid them worrying about him being alone in the Academy, hoping to help overcome their long-term sense of guilt for him never having any friend in the past. His parents kept believing that Lith had spent his childhood alone because the family needed money and food, forcing him to become a hunter first and a healer later. But that was only half the truth. He had almost nothing in common with teenage magicians, let alone with young children. Work had always been an excuse to avoid taking any unnecessary risk of blowing his cover. After settling the matters with his family, Lith decided to take a walk in the woods. He needed some time alone, not only to sort out his chaotic feelings, but also to try to convert everything he had learned from the Academy and its books in true magic. Knowing that he could be under surveillance too, he walked toward his private clearing in the Tron Woods using life vision, while Solus scanned their surroundings with all the senses at her disposal. Aside from us and the animals, I can't find anything else, she reported. Same. I believe that it's possible for the Queen's men to have magical items that conceal their presence, but I doubt they can avoid all our combined resources. I use true magic, while you, well, beats me what you use. Bottom line, I think we're safe. Probably they have been sent to keep an eye on external threats, not on me. Yeah, but it's better be safe than sorry. Solus gave her first paranoid remark ever. By the way, do you remember that before the mock exam I talked about a surprise? Of course. Well, time to reveal my new gift. We need a special place, so I need you to follow my instructions. Lith casted his slipstream flight spell, moving in an irregular pattern toward the destination Solus had pointed him to. At the same time, both of them were scanning their surroundings. Following them at such high speed, while remaining covert, should have been impossible. They soon reached the inner part of the woods, where months before they had assisted the 3 kings against the Wither. It was still a wasteland. Only grass and weeds had started growing anew. We are in the clear. I didn't notice anyone following us. Did you choose this zone because it provides no cover to our pursuers? No, because it's one of the few spots that can serve our purpose. Thanks to my sense of self, every time I regain a new function, I always know how to make it work. This one is special and needs a special spot. What's so great about this place? It's depressing and more dead than Julius Caesar. Solus chuckled. Did you ever wonder why the wither moved in this direction every time it managed to escape? Normally I'd say it was just desperate, but I bet you have a better explanation. Bingo! I noticed it the first time we came here, but back then I couldn't make head or tails about it. You see, with my mana sense, I'm not only able to differentiate people, but also landscapes. That's because the world is literally full of mana, and some places more than others. During our travels, I noticed several spots where the world energy was much more abundant than usual, and this is one of them. I believe that the Wither was looking for this place to leech the massive amount of world energy to survive the fight. Solus detached from Litha's finger in her usual spider form, reaching a clearing a few meters away before starting to burrow into the ground. In front of his astonished eyes, a blue pulse lit the clearing. At every beat, something came out of the ground. It was like looking at a fast-forwarded video where one could see a seed become a flower in less than 10 seconds. But in Solus' case, the small pebble grew into a tower. A puny, demolished tower, to be precise. It barely reached 10 meters, 33 feet, of diameter, with a single door flimsy enough to get carried away by a strong gust of wind. The tower only had the ground floor and no roof. Debris covered its top, like it had collapsed on itself. This is indeed a surprise. Lith was impressed nonetheless. Does this thing come with any defense mechanisms? If so, wherever we go, we will always have a place to stay, avoiding humans and beasts alike. First of all, this is not a thing, that's me. Solus was quite pissed off being treated as an object. And yes, I do have defense mechanisms. So, get your rude AS inside, so I can activate them. Lith did as instructed, discovering that the structure inside was bigger than it looked on the outside. On his right, there was a set of crumbled stairs going up, and another that seemed to go down unimpeded. In front of him, there was a single door, leading to a bedroom almost identical to the one Lith had made build in his house. Yet the bed was a king-size canopy one, and the room had a private bathroom, just like his room at the academy. Mass displacement? Lith asked in amazement. Yes. For the first time, he could hear Solus's voice with his ears. Only part of this form exists in our plane. The rest is actually in the pocket dimension. Do you like this piece of home away from home? She was clearly eager for praise. Very. It's an amazing replica. I can't thank you enough for giving me a real toilet. It means the world to me. Solus giggled. You are welcome. But this is not the surprise. Just part of it. Go downstairs, please. In the basement, there were 2 more rooms. The first one was a perfect copy of the Forge Mastering Training Hall, down to the last small detail. I was able to reproduce both the potion and the Forge Mastering labs, even the equipment. She explained, but I cannot create from nothing ingredients or consumables. Some things we can only buy them. Lith opened the drawer supposed to contain rings and amulets to enchant. But just as Solus had announced, it was empty. Not a problem. He replied, there is not much that I can do with my limited knowledge. Luckily, when I told Professor Wainmeyer that I wanted to do some practice on my own, she gave me a few rings and a bottle of the liquid for drawing magic circles. We have enough for a few attempts at applying true magic to forge mastering. The only forge master's spell Lith had seen was the one for realizing dimensional items. He drew the circles and the runes with the utmost care. There was no one to help him in case something went wrong. When he finished, he placed a pebble in its center. He wasn't expecting to succeed, only to study to mana flow to reproduce it with true magic. So, instead of chanting, he used invigoration to call upon the world energy and sent it to fill the magic circle. It was easy, and it didn't affect his mana reserves, since he was employing external energies. Unlike Professor Wainmeyer, he didn't fill the circles to the brim. Being an experiment, the less energy the better, not to mention he wanted to avoid creating top-tier rings after just a month. According to the books, it was sufficient to give the circles mana until the air started to crackle to obtain the lowest class dimensional objects. Lith knew the 13 runes and their spells like the back of his hand. He had performed them countless times during the lessons and on his own. Remembering the characteristic feeling of each one, he weaved the runes' incantations in rapid succession. In Lith's mind, Waymire's performance, albeit exceptional, was like a kid playing a piano one key at a time. He was convinced that to maximize the effects, the different spells had to complement and integrate each other, like in a magical symphony. The runes rose in the air one after the other, forming a perfect ring around the pebble in the blink of an eye. Lith then started compressing the mana inside the runes. Soon all the energy was encompassing the little stone, trying to seep inside. Now, it was the most critical moment. Lith had to force energy and matter to fuse together. Things were going smoothly, but in the back of his head, there was a constant alarm that something was wrong. Suddenly, the energy mass imploded, pulverizing the pebble. Despite being unable to escape, the mana gone wild still managed to burn the circle, leaving a crack on the floor. "Ouch, that hurt," Solus said. "Sorry, my bad," Lith said, embarrassed by his failure. "Any idea what has gone wrong?" "Right off the bat, I can come up with at least 8 errors you did." She actually replied at his rhetorical question, leaving Lith in awe once again. Chapter 89. First of all, Waymire said that the size of the circle matters, and you made it too big for a pebble. A smaller one would have been better to save ink and better focus the mana. Also, you formed the mana sphere too fast, not giving it enough time to get properly imbued with magic. Then there's the matter of how you arrange the runes. Solus started nitpicking every single mistake he had done. According to his own earlier analogy, more like someone playing a symphony, Solus was making Lith feel like a button masher had attempted to go pro at fighting games. Everything she said sounded right, and that made her even more irritating. "Well, why didn't you tell me all of this earlier?" He grunted. "How could I spot mistakes you had yet to do? It isn't my fault if, being the wise one, I am capable of learning from others' mistakes, while normies like you must stumble and fall before walking properly. Oh yeah, Miss Wizzy-ass, if you were that good, why don't you come here and show me how it's done?" Gladly. The room started pulsing with a white light. The crack in the floor disappeared. Then another pebble flew on the ground, while several drops of ink hit the floor, forming the runes again in a perfect circular pattern. "You have forgotten the circles, Solus. So much for being a wise one." Lith playfully mocked her. "Do you mean this?" Suddenly the space around the pebble was filled with mana, perfectly contained in a circular shape, just encompassing the runes. "How did you?" "I learned invigoration from you, and we are actually sitting on a geyser of world energy. It's not that hard to keep it stable for someone capable of space displacement," she proudly explained, cutting him short. "Do you mean in this form you are capable of keeping the mana stable without a limit?" Lith stopped their cheerful quarrel, shocked by the revelation. "Well, duh. What?" "Because that means that time is no matter an issue, at least while I practice in here. This is a perfect magical furnace for a complete beginner like me." Lith weaved the 13 spells again, following Solus' instructions and earlier advices. No more worried by the mana dispersal. He bid his time, making sure that the mana sphere was strong and stable, letting the energy seep in the pebble before the final step. And so, the pebble melted before he could even attempt the fusion between matter and energy. Another failure. What did I do wrong this time? Lith asked in frustration. "Honestly, I don't know." Solus' mind shrugged. There were some things you could have done better, but in theory it should have worked. Just to be sure they weren't missing anything. This time Lith put on the ground one of the spare rings, and with Solus' assistance, they repeated the whole process, but this time using fake magic. The forge mastering went without a hitch. What the heck? Lith could not understand why true magic was failing him. "We did the same thing, step by step. Why did it work this time?" "Third time is a charm," Solus said without actually believing it. They kept crushing, melting, and vaporizing many pebbles, but at the end of the day, their only success was the low-grade ring made with fake magic. "It's almost noon. Better stop," or your mother will worry. Yeah. Lith left the lab, heading back at the ground floor. His eyes wandered inside the bedroom, whose door he had left open. Solus, do you remember my comment about the dirty mind of those who designed the Academy's rooms? He asked while raising an eyebrow in suspicion. Yes, why? Why does my room have such a big bed? And why the hot tub is clearly designed to comfortably accommodate 2 persons? Well, I thought that maybe sometime in the future you would like to have some company. If he didn't know her any better, Lith would have swore there was a hint of mischievousness in her voice. Thanks for your concern, but I'll give a hard pass on that. I'll never reveal to anyone your existence. It's too dangerous. With a sigh on her side, both the bed and the tub shrank. On second thought, keep the bed big. It's more comfortable that way. Ignoring Solus' grumblings, Lith was about to exit, but stopped at the last moment. Is the coast clear? Yes. In this form, all my capabilities are enhanced by the world energy. I can even spot the 3 kings, despite how far away they are from us. I can't imagine someone escaping my detection. Even in my weakened state, I'm always a legendary mage tower. You have yet to tell me what defense measures you can use. Not much, actually. I can turn invisible, and when you are within the premises, I can sink underground without leaving any trace. At the moment, my options are quite limited. I couldn't even sustain this form without borrowing such abundant external mana. Lith was impressed nonetheless. Her cloaking, spatial displacement, and mana manipulation were already at that level despite the yellow mana core. What would Solus be capable of once she reached the cyan level 2? Lith returned home fast as he had gone, to make it harder spot their new special place. Don't you think you are wearing your paranoia cap too much? No, Lith replied. If I was the one supervising the village, keeping an eye on someone like me would be wise. In their eyes, I'm still a kid. Our family isn't poor anymore, but it's not rich either. I have no real ties with the kingdom. On paper, I'm the perfect example of a talented youth that could be easily swayed with promises of riches, power, and money. Once again, neither of them spotted a tail, but that wasn't enough for Lith. His pursuers could just really be good at hiding or waiting for him to lower his guard. Back at home, for the first time in a month, the whole family was reunited for lunch. Lith arrived just in time to hear Rena complaining that her fiancé couldn't join them because of his work. Lith was secretly happy with that. After 3 days of pretending, he just wanted to be himself. He did not like Centaur, but since he never liked any of his sister's suitors, it didn't mean much. Dad, I think this is partly your fault. You should stop glaring at him every time you think I am not looking. Since when do I glare? Raz put the right hand on his heart, feigning sincerity. You know that I like that boy. Otherwise, I would have never consented to the marriage. Please, since I was 12, you glared at everyone who got anywhere near me, no matter if kid, man, or elder. You seem to have passed that skill to Lithsen and said to me multiple times that whenever he is alone with you, he feels like facing a firing squad. That's sign of a guilty conscience. Raz rebutted. Mine instead is clear. Lith chimed in. I've always been frank with him. In fact, it was the barrage of not-so-veiled threats that scared his future brother-in-law the most. You too, sis? Lil Bro doesn't glare. He is only protective. No one in the family had the courage to tell Tista that her brother that she considered a hero in her heart wasn't as perfect as she pictured him, so they happily changed topic. Lith really enjoyed the meal with his family. Despite she did not have access to the high-quality ingredients like the Academy's cooks, his mother's dishes were always the one tasting the best. Raz shared with him his plans for expanding the farm. The days when they had barely the money to keep the house standing were long gone. As soon as father finished, the family started with a barrage of questions he was unprepared for. They wanted to know everything about the Academy. How were the professors? How his schoolmates were behaving, if he was eating well, and so on. Clearly, they had only half believed to Lith's daily reports and wanted to have clear answers while looking at him in the eyes. It took quite a while to convince them that no one was harassing him and that both the headmaster and the professors were good people. He even had to exaggerate his relationship with the exams group, making it sound like they were already good friends. Contrary to his expectations, none of his parents seemed happy with such news. Lith, I don't think you should be so trusting. You barely know them from 3 days. Alina said, You see, not always people are like they appear. For every good and sincere person you meet, there's always another ready to say everything just to get what he wants. I'm sorry, dear, but it's the truth. I wanted to hide this as long as I could, but your safety is more important than preserving your innocence. Even in our small village, since Nana took you under her wing, your rise in status has made many of our community proud, but many more envious of your success. My friends kept me posted about all the gossip, how so many thought you were an arrogant brat at first. Then, once you started your apprenticeship, they started to wish for you to fail, just to feel better about themselves. Raz took Alina's hand, holding it tight. What your mother is trying to say is that if even people that we know from years and almost consider as family can be so mean, the more the reason to be wary of strangers. Don't believe blindly in pretty words and kind smiles. You don't know a person's true worth until you really need their help. Always remember what happened to the poor Nana. So, don't try to change or force yourself to be someone else just to please a bunch of snotty kids. If they really are your friends, they'll accept you for who you are. If not, know that it's not your fault. It's just that the world is harsh. True friendship isn't as easy to find like in the bedtime stories I told you when you were little. A real friend is like a treasure, hard to find, even harder to keep. Life will keep pushing you away, but you must never let go of a real friend. Lith unconsciously rubbed his thumb on Sola's ring, making her giggle like a little girl. I never expected my father to be so direct. Lith thought, without realizing what it meant to him, thinking of the word father without making it sound like an insult. I always took him for a simple and honest man, trying his best at a simple and honest job while taking care of his family. Who would have guessed that one day he would make me a speech about being cynic and distrustful? While pondering about life's twisted irony, Lith realized the key element he and Solas had been missing to make true forge mastering work. Chapter 90. Lith's first instinct was to run away and test his theory, but he hadn't returned home to spend his time working. He really needed some real rest while enjoying the luxury of being his real self with no strings attached. Mom, Dad, thank you, he replied. I know how cruel people can be. I learned it from experience since the day I started working as a healer. It started with that noble trying to kill me, and continued by showing me what a man can do to his wife, a parent to his own children. He avoided mentioning brothers, since despite the passing of years, Orpal's name kept stirring a lot of pain in his parents' hearts. This village is not perfect, the world is not perfect, but I'll do my best to remain true to myself and make you all proud of me. Lith could say that looking them straight in the eyes, since the wording of choice didn't mention what his morals were or how he meant to achieve his goals. In his mind, it was all a white lie to prevent his family from worrying about him. He stood up and hugged his family one at a time, feeling the warmth of their embrace and love. After finishing their meal, Lith insisted to be the one to do the dishes. Alina opposed it first, but before anyone could even move one plate, he had already washed and cleaned dishes, cookware, and the whole room. Show off. Tista pretended to scold him. They spent the following hour discussing the last arrangements for Rena's marriage, which brought several grunts from the male side of the family, and Litha's academy life, which brought several grunts from the female side of the family. He had lived all his life as a monk, going from home to work and vice versa, and doing nothing else. They had hoped that being surrounded by so many girls, he would have found one of his liking. Damn it. First Uriel tries to set me up with a date, then you, Solas, with all your innuendos, and now this? For crying out loud. Who cares about romance at 12? You would be right. Solas replied. If this wasn't a world where people get married around 16 and 17 years of age, there's only so much time to just hang out for fun or make experience with the opposite sex. Unless one plans to marry with his first girlfriend or has an arranged marriage, of course. After that, everyone had to go back to work. Daylight was precious, and only Lith was actually on vacation. Before going back to his forge mastering lab, Lith visited and treated all the animals in the farm and the farmhands his parents employed. It would ensure the rise of their reputation and save them quite some money. Once back inside Solas's ruined tower form, he could finally share his enlightenment. He had actually offered her to read his mind, to stop the pestering, but she refused. With the growing trust between them, they rarely accessed each other's mind, preferring to rely on their telepathic link, unless it was absolutely necessary. The problem with our earlier experiments is that we were just imitating the form of the forge mastering spell, not his nature. Meaning, Solas asked, well, replicating a fireball is easy. It's just an exploding flame. But what does exactly forge mastering do? What does each rune individually? That's the problem that we overlooked. Fake magic is like true magic with autopilot. He took out the dimensional amulet he had bought from the academy, using invigoration on it, while Solas did the same. Unlike for normal unanimated objects, invigoration was capable of tracing the mana flow, cursing through magical item. It revealed a manosphere similar to a core, but much rougher and simpler, kept stable by 13 mana patterns that insulated it from external influences. By my maker, how did you get the idea of using invigoration like this? Solas was amazed by this discovery. Actually, I didn't. It's all thanks to that Scorpicore. Remember when it passed me its pants nez to analyze it? Solas nodded. That's the first time that I did it, but back then I was too scared to understand the implication of the lesson the creature imparted me. I don't know if it did it on purpose to teach me how to recognize cursed objects, or was just trying to convince me of its good faith. Whatever was its purpose, it taught me something new about true magic, and in turn the true nature of forge mastering. Unlike some hypothesized, forge mastering isn't about feeling the mana flow in an object and enhance it. On the contrary, it allows to create a pseudo-mana core that has to be literally engraved into an object and then stabilized by precise mana patterns that feed on the world energy for self-sustenance and prevent the core from dissipating. Unlike yours, the pseudo-cores have no conscience, just a purpose. Without an external binding, they would just dissipate in the thin air. To double-check my theory, let's analyze the cuffs of my uniform too. The pseudo-core designed to store the ballot was even smaller than the one in the amulet, but more refined. Well, this makes sense. Solas pondered. The amulet can store anything, while the cuffs only the ballot. To apply such restriction, the core must be more complex. But that means, Lith sighed. It means that we will have to forge master all the items in the book with fake magic, just to study their cores and understand the underlying principles before creating something really new. Lith needed several attempts to understand how to carve the patterns inside an object without looking into it via invigoration. Every test required a lot of focus and mana expenditure, but with every failure, he was closer to success. Well, now we also know why forge masters require so much mana. Even an inanimate object offers a tremendous resistance to the external energy. The more complex and powerful the artifact, the more complex the pseudo-core must be. If a simple dimensional object is taking so much time and effort, I wonder how powerful was the mage that created that pants nez. Solas said, probably it was her life's work. Lith replied, yeah, it also explains why second attempts at forge mastering are useless. Every rune leaves a carving. If one create a wrong pathway for the mana, the object becomes useless. Lith nodded, noticing something unusual. Odd. I should have exhausted my mana many times over, yet I'm only starting to feel tired now, and I have yet to use invigoration once. Maybe thanks to our bond, you have access to the world energy geyser too. Solas proposed. That would explain why in the legends mages were said to be invincible in their towers. Between an almost endless supply of mana and the tower defenses, defeating them should be nigh impossible. Lith and Solas kept working non-stop, and before sunset, they had already realized their first dimensional pebble. Lith brought it in the bedroom, and Solas framed it right beside the entrance, adding a small tag with the date and a small incision. Our first work together. After that, they created 7 low-tier dimensional rings with true magic. He was certain to be able to craft even the high-tier ones, but that would have been a fatal mistake. Dimensional rings could not be kept hidden They had to be used, otherwise it was like not having one at all. According to the Academy's records, Lith creating low-tier objects was already an impressive feat. Distributing freely high-tier ones would be madness, no less than putting a bullseye on his chest and back. Before returning home, he went to Celia's place, her first mentor, the woman who taught him how to survive with his hunting skills. "Look who's back, still all dressed up and everything, I see." Celia hugged him, leaving Lith quite shocked. He never pegged her for the affectionate type. "Well, yeah, this uniform can't get dirty and is almost indestructible. I have no reason to change outfit," he explained, returning the hug. "Wish I had one too." She sighed. "Since you left, doing the house chores is such a bother." "This disciple is really sorry, Master Celia." Lith mocked her. "But I hope this will make your life easier." He handed her a ring. She wasn't impressed at all. "You know, it's all right for a hunter to be stingy, but being smug while handing a cheap ring like this is below even us." Seeing her disappointed, Lith laughed out loud. "I admit the ring isn't worth more than 10 copper coins by itself, but just like me, it's more than meets the eye." He shortly explained to her how to imprint the ring. Even someone who had never practiced charm magic could do it at the first try. After realizing what it was, Celia was left speechless. "I did it myself," Lith explained. "It can only store 3 square meters, 33 square feet, but at least you will not be bothered anymore by your equipment and your praise. If you feel lazy, you can even use it to store food and keep it warm." This is too much. I cannot accept it." Celia knew that such object was worth over 30 gold coins. One could build a luxury house at Lucia with all that money. Not to mention, it was an invaluable tool for a hunter, keeping the praise fresh before field dressing it or while looking for a good buyer. She tried to give it back, but Lith closed her hand around it with his palms. "You can and you must. First, because once imprinted, it's useless to anyone else, unless you die, of course. And second, because despite you have always been a stingy, nagging master that would make rip-off deals, it's only because of your help that my family was saved from hunger and starvation, and that's a debt that not even this ring can settle." Chapter 91. Lith never expected for Celia Fastarrow to get all sentimental, and in fact she didn't. Her eyes had barely the opportunity to get watery before she steeled up, replying with a giant grin. "Now that you mention it, I really deserve this trinket," she said, retrieving the hand from his grasp and using it to ruffle his short black hair. Celia was moved, but didn't like to show her emotions in front of others. "It's only thanks to the secret stash of meat that I hid and tenderized for you that you managed to grow so big and strong. In a way, I'm part of your family as well," she said playfully, trying to lighten the mood. "In a way, you are part of my family. Almost like an aunt," Lith replied, hoping to achieve a critical hit and make her tough mask crumble. He didn't really care much. Otherwise, he would have kept tabs on her health too during all those years. But Lith's debt was real. Without her help and contacts, hunting beasts would have provided meat, but not money or clothing from the pelts and hides. Everything would have gone to waste, making his family's life much harder. Lith wasn't willing to keep any tab open, nor he was enough of a scum to forget about someone just because she had apparently outlived her usefulness. Relations were important in such small community. It was unlikely that whenever his family would need help, he would always be able to promptly return. Also, he had no idea how long the court would protect them in his stead. Between Nana and Celia, they would have the 2 most important local figures by their side, leaving the need to call for the Count or the Marchioness only in case it was absolutely necessary. Celia hugged him tight enough to squeeze the air from his lungs. "If I end up marrying and having children of my own, it would be all your fault," she said, sobbing a little. "Who would ever guess that rude little jerks could become so cute? Guess I exaggerated a bit. I didn't mean to crank the drama to 11. Just wanted her to feel indebted." "You monster," Solus scolded him harshly. "Stop playing with the feelings of those close to you. I understand when you do it to complete strangers, since there is no trust between you. But that was just cruel." Feeling guilty, Lith consoled Celia for a while, and gave her the same treatment his parents had received that morning, removing all the accumulated damage and knots that over a decade of hunting incidents had inflicted to her body. It only made her more grateful and loving, which in turn made Solus even more angry, scolding him all the way back home. Later that evening, he gave one ring to each family member. Needless to say, the dinner got delayed half an hour because they would not stop making things appear and disappear like kids with a new toy. Nana had to wait until the next morning to get her own. I know is not much compared to what you lost, Master, but it's all I can do at the moment. Mindful about what had happened the previous night, Lith avoided stirring the heart of his mentor. Not much. Stop being stupid, young spirit. You have no idea what does it mean for me. She looked at it like it was a lost son. No forge master ever accepted to sell me one of these, no matter the sum I offered. They were too scared, sullying their reputation. I hope that once you graduate, you'll not change your mind and take me as your first client. There is so much I still want to get back. It would be my honor. Nana hugged him, holding back her tears. What's wrong with these people? I got more hugs by strangers in these 2 days than in 12 frigging years. He thought. Shut up and get hugged. Solus commanded. After leaving Nana and Tista to their patients, it was time to deliver the last one. Count Lark was very happy to see him. Lith could almost see stars in his eyes while he was staring at the present. Thank you so much, Lith. Having one of my protégés joining one of the 6 great academies is already a dream that comes true. But you managing to make one of these after just 1 month goes beyond my wildest expectations. I just wanted to show you my gratitude. Without your help and perseverance, I would have stubbornly continued with the homeschooling, missing so many opportunities. Lark patted Lith's shoulder, adjusting his monocle. Then no need to dig up past mistakes. There are more recent events that I would like to share with you. For example, recently the court and the Mage Association have finally deliberated about Headmistress Linnea's decision about you and Nana. He made a dramatic pause, wanting to keep his guest on edge. And Lith prompted him to continue, taking bait, line, and sinker. They deemed her decision reckless, overstepping the boundaries of a headmaster's authority. Her rulings have been revoked, and being the one that presented the appeal, I was bestowed the title of Knight of the Griffin as a reward. What is it? It's just an honorific title, thanks the gods, with no lands attached. Basically, I'm not considered a local nuisance anymore, but a benefactor of the kingdom. The most important benefit is that when I request a hearing from the court, it takes much less time now. How recently, exactly? About 2 weeks ago. What? Good to know. Lith sighed in relief. If it all happened after the mock exam, it would mean that I'm overdoing things. I absolutely need to avoid standing out too much. So far, so good. No reason, just curious. What about Linnea? What happened to her? Glad you asked. Lark had a smug grin, cleaning invisible dust from his monocle with a handkerchief. At first, she was just reprimanded. It doesn't seem much, but believe me, for someone with an oversized ego, is huge hit. Then she suffered the same fate from the previous headmaster from the White Griffin. She has been relieved from her duty and replaced by someone younger and more open-minded. Is that a big thing? Lith asked, being completely ignorant about Mage's internal affairs. It's enormous. Headmaster is supposed to be like a noble title, lifelong. Being forcefully removed like that is the equivalent of marking her as a failure. She will never hold an important position again. It's not as bad as what happened to Nana, but it's the next worst thing. Aren't they afraid she could defect the kingdom? And go where? Lark scoffed. Sure, she can sell her academy's secrets, but that's it. No one would want someone deemed detrimental by her own country. She could get riches, but she has no need for money. No one will give her status and power back. Lith almost felt bad for her. Being rejected by her academy was the best present that any mage of commoner origins may ask. Without Linjo's and his policy, even a ballot would have been of limited use. People like him or Quilla would have been likely forced to quit. And when did this happen? About 2 days ago. Seems someone aced his mock exam. Lark winked at him. Damn it, I opened my mouth too soon. The queen is too decisive. Couldn't have let her resign by her own will with an excuse. What if she tries to get back at Nana? Or me? Lith inwardly cursed. Lark seemed to read his mind, promptly easing his worries. Rest assured, they would not take unnecessary risks. If the court and the association shamed her like that, was to set an example. I wouldn't be surprised if in a few months, when the investigations are finished, she would choose to disappear from the public scene. As in forever. Another wink. That's a nice way to say she will be killed because deemed more dangerous than useful. I must be really careful not suffering the same fate. Being part of the political system is a double-edged sword. If I get involved too deep, they will not let me go. They'll use my family to turn me in a dog on a leash. Thank you very much, Lark. They knew each other long enough to avoid honorifics when alone. Sorry if I keep bothering you, but any news about my lost brother? Lith had been true to his word and made the Count keep tabs on Orpal, preparing to deal with him in case he ever decided to return. There is not much to add. Lark shook his head. After getting into the orphanage, he was renamed Meln. As per your request, I moved him in an institution at the edges of the county to make harder for him to get back in case of escape. He had quite a hard life from what I know. As soon as he became 16, he joined the military. Has been honorably discharged after 2 years. After that, he left Lustria County and never came back. 2 years of military service. Lith thought, enough to earn merits, get rid of the Disown brand, and start a new life from scratch as a free man. I'll keep an eye out for him. What do you want me to do in case he returns? If he has no ill will, then just contact me as soon as you can. Otherwise, I must ask you to do the same thing you would for your own family. Worry not. Lark offered him his hand, and Lith promptly shook it. If I smell the slightest sign of trouble, I'll make sure he will never bother you ever again. Chapter 92. After a bit of chit-chat, the Count was forced to return to his daily routine. He had to manage both his and the fief that once belonged to her late wife's family. Even with the help of his children, it was still a mammoth task. He knew very little of the neighboring Milla County, and most of the old retainers were either corrupt or untrustworthy, resenting the Lark household for what had happened to their previous lord. Even after 4 years, there was still a lot to do and a lack of loyal personnel. Lark had resolved to split the counties, giving Lustria to his son and the Gishel's lands to his daughter. That way, both had the opportunity to make their spouses marry in the Lark household, allowing them a much ample choice. Lith could not believe that both the Count's children would have an arranged marriage, while Rena had been able to spend her life with the man she loved. Nobles had an easier life, but even that came with a price tag. Their personal life had to be sacrificed in the name of the responsibilities that their title involved. Having still a couple of hours before having to return home, at Solus' insistence Lith went back to the withered zone, allowing Solus to take once more her proto-tower form. That was mean on your side, you know. What did I do wrong this time? He sighed. I said that we have 2 labs, yet you didn't even glance at the alchemic one. Not even once. Maybe because I have no idea how a master alchemist works? It could be a room filled gold bars or candy canes. I cannot make head or tails anyway. This time, Lith entered the second door, right in the alchemic lab. It was different from the Forge Master room. It was full of stills and small bottles. There were a lot of glass jars, each with its own tag, marking the ingredient they were supposed to hold. Yet just like the day before, every one of them was empty. Lith walked among the jars. Some were for trivial things like wood shavings or metal beads, while others were labeled with exotic monsters or magical creatures' body parts. Fur, claws, horns, everything seemed to have a use for alchemists. Impressive, Lith admitted after examining what seemed like a production line. But I still don't get it. Fine, let me give you a recap of the first lesson. Suddenly Lith found himself in soulless memories, surrounded by ghost-like shapes that he supposed were students attending the lesson. It seemed Solus hadn't paid them much attention. They were so blurred to be unrecognizable. The professor, instead, appeared so real that Lith would have not be surprised if he turned towards him and asked what the heck he was doing there. Hello, my dear students. My name is Pelin Raflar, and I'll teach you everything you'll ever need to know about the art of alchemy. He was a man in his early 30s, about 1.75 meters, 5 feet 9 inches high, with short blonde hair and gray eyes. He also had perfect teeth, wide enough that Lith almost expected him to shoot laser beams every time he smiled. The tight-fitting clothes revealed a fit, muscular body, full of vigor and energy. He was by far the most handsome man Lith had ever seen. Some of you may have heard that an alchemist is the cheap copy of a forge master. Alas, that's not entirely false, but it's not true either. The reason because the two classes are scheduled together is because I'm not going to lie to you. I won't sugarcoat any aspect of this job. So, if at any time you want to leave and join the Forge Mastering course, you can do it. After a second, since no one was moving, Raflar continued talking. First of all, you have to know that I am new to this job. The old professor, like his Forge Master colleague, had almost managed to make this class die. Alchemists already have a poor reputation. Couple that with a belligerent fool, and you get a recipe for a disaster. Most students choose their specialization courses based on what their parents want or what their heroes do. Do you remember a story with a valiant alchemist as a protagonist? Well, me neither. The crafting department has always been the ugly duckling of magic, and I don't see it changing in the near future. At least legendary rings, weapons, and armors had to be enchanted, so albeit with a secondary role, Forge Masters appear in those stories. That leaves us completely out of the picture, to the point that many don't even know of our existence. At this point, many should be asking themselves, what am I doing here? Or why should I take this class? His dramatic pause worked. Lith was eager for an explanation. The answer lies here. Raflar opened his left hand, revealing what it resembled an orange-flavored jelly bean. After letting the students take a good look of it, he backstepped a bit before throwing it against the far end of the wall at his back. As soon as it hit the wall, the jelly bean exploded, releasing raging flames. Only the class safety measures allowed the students to remain unscathed by both noise and heat. That, my students, was a Tier 3 fireball. Without letting them recover from a shock, he took out a wand, and with a flicker of his wrist, lightnings crashed one after the other against the wall in the same spot the fireball had struck. And those were Tier 3 lightnings, all cast in rapid succession from a magic wand, with no casting time or mana consumption. Raflar then took a pause, allowing them to understand what he was saying. As I told you before, I'm not going to lie to you. Being an alchemist is an amazing job, where Forge Masters are like artists, spending lots of time and energy on every single one of their creations. We alchemists are like bakers. The fruits of our endeavors are not made to last, cannot be passed down through generations. They must be prepared quickly, in huge batches and for an affordable price, saving countless lives every single day. While laymen just saw us crafters based on our products, calling Forge Masters permanents and us consumables, I see our jobs in a completely different light. Forge Masters work to build a better future, but alchemists are the ones nurturing the present. All that you're going to learn here makes the difference on every single battlefield, be it a skirmish or a war. Healing potions are vital for soldiers alone on the front lines. A handful of fireball seeds can turn a battalion into ashes or, if planted by hand, secure a perimeter. That's true. They can be used to create a minefield. Lith exclaimed. The great advantage of alchemy over forge mastering is that anyone, even non-magicians, can proficiently use the things we create, not to mention the price is much lower. On the other hand, though, a magical item is forever. An alchemical one cannot be recharged. Another big difference between the two disciplines is that alchemical spells require relatively low mana, so each one of you will be able to whip up quite a few things before needing to rest. Questions? What use do ingredients have? Asked a seemingly female voice. Good point. You see, while Tier 1 can be bottled up as they are, from Tier 2 and up, a focus is needed for spells to retain their potency. For example, the fireball seed I used earlier requires fur of a fire using magical beast, a phoenix rose, or any other ingredient with a high fire affinity. The most valuable ingredients have all been found with a trial and error process, so feel free to experiment on your own. Next question. I've seen in the prize hall physical enhancement potions. Why I've never heard about such spells, and why those potions have side effects, said a male voice. That's an excellent one. The problem with such spells is twofold. First, their cast time is absurdly long. The best alchemist can cast one of them in around 1 minute, and their effect lasts only for 3 minutes. 1 minute. Lith was flabbergasted. Then they are useless. That makes them useless in real battle. Raffler's memory confirmed Lith's assumption. That's why it's much better bottle them up and save them for a later use. Remember, alchemy is the art of always being prepared. With enough time, one of us can have access to the equivalent of several mages' worth of spells. As for the side effects, injecting someone else's mana in your body is akin to poison. Even Tier 1 physical enhancement spells require ingredients to mitigate such effects. They are the most expensive and useful potions for a mage. That's why the prize hall only sells the Tier 1 kind, to avoid students wasting points and focusing more on the permanent magical tools. Alchemy is easier to find and, more importantly, to afford. Those of you that do not belong to really rich noble families would not be able to afford magical items for a long time without the point system. Any more questions? Students asked for explanations one after the other. Lith wasn't that interested in the finest details, so made Solus fast forward until the professor gave a demonstration of an alchemic spell. He stood in front of what looked like a huge separating funnel, connected with several glass flasks in a production line identical to the one in Solus' lab. After a minute, with just a single spell, he filled the funnel to the brim, revealing several ingredients that had been placed within it that were now being slowly absorbed by the magic liquid before it got transferred into the flasks. See, Rifflar said, 10 speed-enhancing potions for barely a minute of work. They would cost 100 points in the prize hall, 100 gold coins in a shop. Even deducting the cost for vials and ingredients, the net income would be around 80 gold coins. Then he proceeded to show how to create fireball seeds before putting an end to the lesson. Lith didn't know if to laugh or cry. This is all so complicated. Between my 2 other specializations in true magic, I already have a headache. It will take me years to understand alchemy. I just do not have time. Maybe, and maybe not. Solus replied. Even in my ring form, I have access to both labs, and in my free time, I have been experimenting with alchemy during the last month. When I'm not in tower form, I have little mana, so I can only practice for a little before needing to borrow yours. Anyway, if we manage to get our hands on formulas and ingredients, I can prepare the simplest alchemic items on my own. For the others, I will need your help. And once I learn things, I can teach them to you. Well, our mind link would speed up studying it, but I would still require practice and comprehension for. Wait a minute. You had access to the labs? That means you practiced the whole magic circle thingy. Right off the bat, my ass. Ops. Solus Mind shrugged. You got me. Guilty as charged. And why all those students were so faded in your memories. It's like you never focused on any of them. Even the floor was pictured in more detail. Your perspective never moved from Raflar. Thanks to their mind link, despite she had not a physical body, he could feel anxiety and embarrassment leaking from the surface of her mind. Solus, don't tell me that you have reached puberty too, or something. Absolutely not. She yelled in a non-convincing tone, her voice gone up an octave. That would explain a lot. The constant pestering me about girls, the nagging about the lack of romance. I don't nag, she replied offended. Then I don't glare. He scoffed. Lith was about to mention the possibility of her having the hots for the teacher, but preferred to back down. If he was right, prodding her further would escalate the joke, leading to an argument. He really hoped to be wrong, though. Solus having such feelings was one of the things Scarlet had warned him from. Whatever was her nature, longing for intimacy, but lacking any means of even feeling human contact, was something too cruel to bear. Chapter 93. Lith spent his last free days studying alchemy and forge mastering. Both the crafting disciplines were very hard to convert into true magic. Alchemy was a weak subject for him. He barely managed to understand the basics, leaving most of the work to Solus, while he studied his clothes, amulet, and magic storing rings, hoping to understand how to replicate and enhance their pseudo-cores with true forge mastering. Before leaving, Lith managed to pay a social visit to Protector, Reaper, and Lifebringer. He wanted to be updated about the situation in the Tron Woods, But more importantly, he was fishing for alchemic ingredients. During spring, animals would change their coats, and deer would shed their antlers. What for him was a treasure for them was garbage, so they had no reason to deny his request. By simply grooming them for a few minutes, he had enough to stuff several pillows. After returning to the academy, life once again resumed its routine with only a couple of changes. Lith obtained from Floria and Freya training in sword arts, and in exchange Floria would take part in his silent magic private lessons. Adjusting their schedule proved to be a bit hard, but thanks to Solaspedia, Lith didn't need to study much. Worst case scenario, he would not sleep and invigorate himself to cram through the night and leave the afternoons free. That, coupled with Floria attending to only one specialization course, allowed him to practice often. Months passed, and so the end of the first trimester came. Many students were afraid of the finals and started to compile a list of all the possible trials that could be required for them to perform. Lith couldn't care less. If it was a written exam, with Solaspedia it would be a walk in the park. If the test was of practical nature, he was quite confident to be able to screw it up just enough to be in the top 10, but avoiding the top spots. The day of the finals, they were all assembled in the compulsory courses class, the only one that could accommodate all the fourth-year students, waiting for Professor Trask to arrive. Yet the one that entered the room was Headmaster Linjos. "Good morning, my precious students. This time, I bring you only good news. There will be no finals, because you have already taken all of them." Most of those present went into panic, thinking that the mock exam had actually been a real one. All those that reached this conclusion cursed the headmaster inwardly for the unfairness of crushing their grades after only a month of preparation. This is one of the changes that I have made to White Griffin system that no one was aware of. You've been judged daily for 3 months based on your preparation and the effort you put into the lessons. I want you to know that rather than failure or success, special importance has been attached to your progress, to how you learned about your weak points and worked on fixing them. After such prolonged and careful evaluation, any further test would be useless, especially written exams. They would only serve to see who is better at cheating, like often happened in the previous years. The only way to get good grades with my system is through hard work and perseverance, not by goofing off a whole term and hoping for a mad rush to be enough. His tone became harsh during the last sentence, looking straight to some students that cowered behind their desks. Also, there will be no ranking, not until the end of the year. It's another toxic relic of the past that only managed to sour relationships and turn friends into enemies. I will now give you your report card, but it's for your eyes only. In front of each student appeared a blank piece of paper. To read its content, just imprint it with your mana. To those who have passed all their courses, you have my congratulations. For those who have failed 1 or more classes, you'll have to retake them entirely in the second trimester. If you have problems with your timetable, I suggest you to drop a specialization if you're taking more than one. It's better to achieve less than failing entirely. Scared murmuring filled the air. To those that find such judgment unfair, feel free to bring the matter up to the professors or to me, if you prefer. We'll give you impromptu make-up tests. In case you succeed, the votes will be changed accordingly. There will be no punishment in case of failure. Dismissed. Take the rest of the day to plan your future properly. You have only until the end of today to ask for a second evaluation. Linjos had yet to reach the door that everyone was picking his own report card, infusing it with magic. Litha's one was as following. Theory of combat magic. A. Principles of advanced magic. A. Forge mastering. A. Healing. S. School points gained from daily evaluation. 3,365. FCK. What did I do wrong to get that S? Do you mean aside from sharing your spell, proposing brilliant ideas on daily basis, and removing the clacker's venom from your body and weaponizing it in front of the whole staff? Solus sneered. Damn it, Linjos keeps screwing on my plans. I can't ruin my average score during the finals if there are no finals. That man is diabolical. What is done is done. Solus' mind shrugged. Let's see how the others fared. Looking around the class, watching the students' faces was enough to get an idea of their grades. Those who cried or cursed loudly had clearly failed at one or more classes. Lith didn't have to go far. His 4 friends had taken the habit to sit next to him as soon they had returned from the 4 days break. "What's with the sour face?" Uriel asked, looking worried. "Did something go wrong?" "Let's get out of here," Lith replied with a whisper. To not betray Linjo's expectations is better to talk somewhere private. He pointed with his thumb to the heartbroken students. Everyone nodded. Then they got up and exited the room unnoticed. Uriel's place was the closest one, so they headed there. After closing the door behind them, Lith activated his hush spell. He was almost certain that all the rooms were soundproof, considering the philandering style they were built for. But he wasn't the type to take chances. "Well, how'd it go?" Floria prompted him. "Mine is Theory of Combat Magic. B+, Principles of Advanced Magic. B, Mage Knight. A+. School points gained from daily evaluation. 2,254. Everyone gave her a short round of applause. "Thanks, but I bet I have less points than you lot, since I got only a specialization." "Yeah, we're almost the same." Quilla stood straight as an arrow. "I got Theory of Combat Magic. B, Principles of Advanced Magic. B+, Healing. A++. School points gained from daily evaluation. 2,382. Sadly, I still suck at the combat part magic." Another short round of applauses with a side of whistles. "Sigh, seems I'm not in the running for the top spot as a healer anymore," Uriel said with an apologetic voice. "I got only Theory of Combat Magic. B, Principles of Advanced Magic. B, Warden. A, Healing. School points gained from daily evaluation. 2,530. At least I can console myself with the extra points." He seemed really dejected. Taking out a specialization, the Archmage had scored 2 pluses less than a starving commoner. "Don't beat yourself up, man," Lith said, patting Uriel on his back. "Quilla and Floria performed outstandingly, but you were no worse in any way. Managing to score 2, as in both your specializations of choice, is no easy feat." Uriel humbly accepted the compliment, and so did the girls. "Now my only hope is that I didn't just shoot me in the foot unknowingly insulting Freya." Lith, though, trying to play both sides of the fence. Luckily, she didn't seem upset. "Yeah, you've done good. Mine is Theory of Combat Magic. B, Principles of Advanced Magic. B, Mage Knight. B+, Healing. Hey, school points gained from daily evaluation. 2,420. That's an excellent result for someone who's the first in her family to become a magician, with no legacy or training to speak of, except a second-rate mentor." Lith said to lift her spirit, while winking at Quilla. "It meant I know that you and I got a worse start than her, but please follow my lead." But instead of winking back, she blushed and looked away, leaving Lith in a daze. "You have yet to answer my question, though," Uriel said with an inquisitive look. Lith sighed, pondering if to tell them the truth or tune down his votes. "After all, I am their combat magic teacher and the fastest learner in advanced magic. I doubt they will actually be surprised." And they weren't. There was no awkward pause before they started clapping and complimenting him. Uriel even took out a laurel wreath from his dimensional amulet. "I hereby crown you king of the hill." "That was to be expected," Freya said. "Without you, I doubt I would have got a B in combat magic. Maybe a C, if not fail it entirely. I would have failed for sure." Quilla wasn't dejected at all while saying it. On the contrary, she was proud of her achievement. "I never fought in my life, and never did much with magic beside healing. I would have surely achieved a solid C, maybe C+, but that's it." Floria shrugged. "I learned a lot in these 2 months. Who knew that first magic was so useful? I'm the same as Quilla, but for different reasons." Uriel said, "I was so eager to please my father that I only focused on Tier 3 magic. I always considered first magic a tool for servants. I knew nothing about it. If what you all said is true, then you should go and report it to Trask." Lith said, returning the wreath to its owner. Seeing their confused expressions at his words, he proceeded to explain. "You heard Linjo's. He's trying to change the system. New things are bound to have flaws and need a proper feedback to be fixed. If you share with him your doubts and struggling with the course, you'll help the system and as a result, all other students. He won't be angry at you for being honest. More likely you'll gain extra points. How do we know this is not a ruse for you to get even more merits at our expenses? Doubt had reduced Quilla's eyes to slits. She didn't want to believe Lith making her look bad for his own profit, but she had learned to look out for herself. Easy, don't mention my name. He shrugged. One of you can take credit for the lessons, for all I care. I'm not proposing this for points, but because I care for you and the academy. Without Linjos, my life here would be much harder, and I think the same stand for most of us. Another thing, try to remember what he said about accepting your limits and working to fix them. I really think it would do you some good. Lith left the room, letting them decide without him interfering. After discussing it for a while, his words actually made a lot of sense. I really can't make head or tails about Lith. Uriel confessed. Sometimes he acts normal, but when it comes down to magic and responsibilities, it seems I'm talking to my father instead of a friend. Always worrying about my future, me eating properly and learning my lessons. Agreed. Freya said. At some point I started doubting he was only 12, so I had a background check made on him. He is really 12, and it's supposed to be the youngest child of his family. Then why do I get the impression he is? She struggled finding the right word. Raising us. Later, they decided to follow Lith's advice and report everything to Trask. He asked them a few questions about what they had found particularly hard and challenging and how they had overcome their respective bottlenecks. Seems a single professor is really not enough. Trask sighed. Combat magic has the highest rate of failure among all courses. We need to fix this ASAP. Thank you for your sincerity, guys, he said, snapping his fingers. I'll just raise your grade in my class by 1 notch. I'm really proud of your growth. Meanwhile, Lith was in his room, taking a nap to catch up on his sleep. A sudden knocking woke him up, prompting many curses. He was having one of his rare good dreams. Seeing his frown, the Academy's clerk apologized for the inconvenience and delivered him the new books. The first one's title was Get Out of My Face, a comprehensive guide of all you need to know about dimensional magic. The author's name was Kavos Rudd. Chapter 94. The following morning, Lith and Floria were taking a small walk before picking up the rest of the team for breakfast. Descending from a long line of mage knights, Floria had more experience with swords, and since she had to attend only one specialization course, she was his main teacher between the two girls. That allowed them to spend quite some time together, since both of them had free afternoons to practice swordsmanship. Actually, Floria sometimes needed to cram at night to catch up with her studies, but it was something she gladly did. She would have not given up the weekend lessons about first magic for the world. Besides, once she managed to get to know him better, she really enjoyed his company. The same went for Lith. Up to that point, she was his favorite. Floria was mature and level-headed, speaking her mind so often that sometimes she came out rude. She also had various interests and hobbies, making her able to talk about almost every topic, not only about magic or court life. Lith enjoyed their talks, learning about the New World mentality and non-written society rules. Having lived most of his new life in a small village, Lith could learn more from one of her anecdotes than from an entire book. That day, Floria wore her long black hair down, making them dance in his face every time she turned her head suddenly. Why are you still growing your hair? Lith asked. I thought that having them short was more convenient for a fighter. Yeah, you got that right. But during the last break, my mother kept nagging about me not being feminine enough. She said that if I cut them even shorter, people would mistake me for a boy. What a load of SHT, she grumbled. Lith could only keep silent, inwardly agreeing with her mother. Floria was very tall, even more than most professors, and she still had plenty of time to grow further. She also had wide shoulders and enough strength to easily lift him, like during the mock exam. What do you think about it? She abruptly asked. That I hope she didn't phrase it so cruelly. But I have to give it to her that you are prettier this way. Lith dodged the question with a compliment. Of course not. My mother is of noble origins. She would never be so straightforward. She just pointed out how hard it is to find suitors for me, adding how scared she is at the idea that our bloodline would die with me, and all that CRP. I thought you had siblings. Lith raised an eyebrow at such arguments. He clearly remembered that her parents had 3 children. Idol. And when I pointed it out, she replied with the bogus theory that women are more likely to pass down a greater degree of magic. At that point, I gave up. You know, parents, you are always on the losing side of any discussion. Lith nodded, not knowing what to say. No one had ever tried to control that aspect of his life. While we are at it, you do know that Quilla has it bad for you, right? Yes. He actually suspected that Quilla was developing a crush, but he hoped that with time and not giving her special attentions, it would pass. He did not want to openly reject her and hurt her feelings. Yet I don't understand why. Well, she's an orphan. She clearly has daddy issues, and between your big brother and drill sergeant vibes, I'd say you make the ideal candidate. But why me and not one of the professors or something? I mean, I'm nothing special, just tall, good-looking, talented, and caring. Floria, cut him short. You are right, is a complete mystery. Lith glared at her in annoyance. That's not funny. Stop ruffling my feathers. Well, right now, I have to take back the good-looking and caring part. With that face, you are creepy. Litha's expression returned to normal. Much better. By the way, I would keep an eye on Freya too. It would not surprise me if her family sent her after you. Talented magicians with no family name are much sought after. Please, I'm just a 4th-year student. Lith scoffed. It's too soon for that kind of shenanigans. Nah, you're still too naive. It's the perfect moment to start an approach to develop in the future without seeming too desperate or interested. During the 5th year, it would be too late. One needs an edge over the competition. It's not like they're going to make you marry after all. If you do not live up to their expectations, they can always back off at any moment. That makes sense. Lith furrowed his brow, thinking about the unexpected problem. Thanks for the heads up. You're welcome. But to be honest, you should thank my father. It's only when he asked me if I would mind a younger spouse that I realized what was happening. Lith was afraid to ask the question, but he did anyway. What did you reply to him? After stressing out that I don't mind a small age gap. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to end up marrying someone much older than me. I said that I would consider it. No reply was the only reply. If I said yes, he would have sent my mother to make me change my mind. If I said no, he would have probably started arranging our marriage. He is kind of bullheaded. I see. Lith tried to keep his poker face, but unconsciously took a step away from her. Don't overestimate yourself. Short stuff. She laughed at his move. I'm my own woman. I may bend on many things for my parents' sake, but love is not one of those. If they try to force me, I'm ready to become independent after the graduation. If I keep my grades as they are, people will line up to hire me. From that point, they walked in silence until they knocked on Quilla's door. During breakfast, everyone expressed their curiosity about the new lessons and their professors, making bets about their looks. Lith sneaked a look at Freya from time to time, and only when he realized that nothing had changed, he managed to put his paranoia to rest. Because dimensional magic was a compulsory course, it took place in the 4th-year lecture class. As soon as the last gong rang, Professor Rudd walked in. He was a tall man, about 178, 5 feet 10 inches high, with gray streaked black hair and ice-cold blue eyes. He was in his mid-50s, wearing the robe open and revealing a slim build. Aside from Vaster, he was the oldest teacher Lith had ever met. Good morning, dear students. He spoke every word like he was spitting poison. I'm Professor Kavos Rudd, and I'll teach you dimensional magic. As you can see, I am not one of those hot-stuffed children that our beloved headmaster Linjos placed in the academy. I'm one of the remnants of the old guard. One of those that allegedly find a waste of resources to teach magic to those that not belong to Mage's bloodline or at least noble families. At those words, Lith, Quilla, and Freya took out their ballot, placing it on their desk. After one too many practical joke, Freya had decided to follow Quilla's advice and got her freedom back. Being noble, that speech wasn't addressed to her, but she still wanted to prove her point. Freya wasn't scared of putting herself on the line for her friends. Rudd continued like he didn't see anything, despite the 3 of them were sitting in the front lines. Even in such hypothetical scenario, thought I would still be a professional capable of leaving his prejudices outside that door. I expect you of doing the same. All the commoner students didn't believe a word he said. Many started regretting not having a guilty ballot. Dimensional magic is a complex and deep subject, so do not expect of getting rid of me after just 3 months. My class is where we will separate true mages from simple birds. Even a magico can fly, but only a mage can do this. After a quick wave of the hand and a hushed word, Rudd disappeared from the back of the class, near the chalkboard, reappearing in front of the first row of students. His hands never stopped. Before they could even gasp, he had already disappeared, materializing with his feet on a second-row desk, making a full round of the class before returning back to the point of origin. This spell is called Blink, one of the most common battle uses of dimensional magic. It's particularly useful to battle mages and mage knights to push forwards, since they use weapons. But everyone can use it to escape in a pinch. Just to be clear, I didn't use any artifact, just my skills. If you aren't capable of doing this by the end of the course, you will never pass it. The good news is that failing my class will not prevent you from graduating. Just mark your failure as mages. He smirked, looking at the students' worried faces. A hand rose up from the middle row. What? I still have to begin explaining, and you already have a question? I wonder how you got admitted here. Nonetheless, speak freely. Are you going to teach us teleportation? Asked a red-haired chubby boy. Professor Rudd broke out in a loud laughter, full of contempt and amazement. Most of the students understood that he wasn't laughing at the question, but at the boy himself. Teleportation? I haven't heard that word in years. It's a withered branch of magic, whose only success was to get the world rid of all the idiots that practiced it. Chapter 95. The idea of teleportation was first born after realizing the limitations of flying. As you all should know, it is impossible to move in such a way an army or its supplies. It's not a matter of mana required, as much that it would take too much time. Not to mention, it would offer a perfect target for an ambush, since non-mages would be sitting ducks. The first idea was to just move a body much faster, but above a certain speed threshold, dust becomes dangerous as an arrow. Insects hit like an avalanche. Adding a barrier strong enough to endure such hazards would make the mana consumption prohibitive, even for a small group of persons. So, some dumb idiot who read too many fairy tales had the idea of teleportation as in convert living matter in something else that could sustain high-speed traveling and reverting it back once arrived to destination. Rudd laughed loudly, like it was the best joke ever, but when he noticed he was the only one laughing, his upper lip curled in an expression of disgust. How can you possibly be that dumb? Do you really not understand? He asked, without receiving any answer besides puzzled looks. In a fairy tale, it's great. But in reality, converting living matter into something else is just a fancy word to say killing. How can you be sure that the thing that arrives on the other side is really you? What if a part of your body, your mind, or soul gets lost? How do you think you could get it back? And more importantly, would the newborn thing even notice not to be the original? One thing is teleporting a rock, but living beings are much more complicated. Interesting, Lith thought, is the same moral conundrum theoretical physicist had about teleportation back on Earth. Someone even made a Hollywood movie about it. And don't let me start it about the necessity of having perfect coordinates. Professor Rudd continued. Rematerialize a little too high, too low, or too close to a travel companion, and bam. Instant death. Not to mention that the aforementioned insects, dust, and even animals are not bound to make space for your arrival. The tiniest hitch, and you have a fly for brains. The last mage that attempted teleportation materialized in the sky, hoping to avoid such issues, only for a flock of ducks to cross his path, making him die like the quack he was. This time, part of the class laughed at the dark humor. What I'm going to teach you is the art of manipulating space itself, allowing you to arrive from point A to point B in complete safety in an instant, even if the two places are thousands of miles away. Professor Rudd waved his hands in a circular manner, and soon 2 tiny black spots appeared. The first one between his palms, the second one right in front of the girl sitting in the middle of the front row. With each magic word he spoke, the spots started to enlarge and stretch themselves in a specular manner. One extremity became almost circular, the size of a fist, while the other was so thin and small to be point-like. They assumed the shape of a funnel, made out of energy, with both ends spinning at unbelievable speed. Is that an event horizon? Lith was shocked, to the point of standing up to better observe the phenomenon. After just a second, the energy funnels had collapsed on themselves, leaving in their places two rifts in space. Professor Rudd extended his hand inside the first rift, making it reappear right above the girl's desk, taking the pen away from her fingers. Do you understand now? Bending space requires the same amount of energy and focus than teleportation would, but it's infinitely safer. Walking through a gate is like going through a door. What gets in gets out, no more and no less. But do not get fooled by appearances. Even a simple trick like the one I just showed you has many limitations. First of all, it requires a clear line of sight. Otherwise, one cannot have a clear focus of the entry and exit points. Secondly, even a small gate requires at least the ability to triple cast, since you have to mix and control the energies of earth, air, and water magic. Those are the most basic elements for a gate. Adding more elements allows to create bigger rifts, and it's the only way to make them stable enough to let more than one person walk through it. You will need to develop a deep understanding of these three elements, just for starters. Despite what you may think, dimensional magic does not require an enormous amount of mana, like some specializations do. The most important requirement is sensibility to small fluctuations of energy in space. It's not something that you can brute force your way through. You must be able to feel the gate growing and adapt to its changes. If you don't feed it mana at the right time in the right place, it will never open. Dimensional magic is not a specialization. It has no strict requirements that cannot be overcome with practice and hard work. On paper, is something that every good mage can do, even those with one specialization or none at all. Tomorrow, we will start with nothing more than a simple parlor trick. Rudd opened two small portals, barely the size of a coin, one above the other. Then he dropped a small pebble in the lower portal, and it reappeared from the upper one, falling down in the lower portal in an endless loop. Forewarned is forearmed. Better if you start reading your book from today onward, if you don't want to start with the wrong foot. Questions? Uriel raised his hand, receiving permission to speak. Professor, you said that teleportation does not exist. But what was Blink then? I didn't see any gate opening. Excellent question, young man. For the first time since he had entered the room, Professor Rudd smiled kindly. Many were cursing inwardly, asking themselves if the question was really good, or rather he was appreciating Uriel's father. Dimensional magic is not just a matter of logistic and transportation. In the right conditions, is also a perfect tool to defend or attack. But in such scenarios, you cannot expect the enemy to be kind enough to wait for you to finish. Everything needs to be fast. Allow me to show you Blink again, this time slowly. The Academy ring at Rudd's finger tapped into the castle's magic, opening two portals, one in front of the professor and the other in the middle of the class. But unlike a warp steps, where both ends were still, the portal in front of Rudd moved forward, making him arrive to destination without having to take a step. That's how Blink works, just much faster. Using dimensional magic in combat is the final test of skill for a mage. Another useful, but even harder application is the following. Please stand up, young man. Uriel did as instructed, but as soon as he stood up, he found himself watching Professor Rudd standing behind his desk, while he was now in the middle of the room. This spell is called Switch. The name is self-explanatory and requires two sets of portals that, if correctly timed, create the perfect diversion, sometimes even an opportunity to kill. Back in my days, I once found myself surrounded by archers using enchanted arrows. Their commander did me the favor of standing still long enough for me to time switch, so that while I was running away, he had become a fine spill cushion. A cruel smile appeared on Rudd's face, remembering the shocked expression of the soldiers when they realized what had happened. But don't get me wrong, Switch is even harder to pull off than Blink. It requires that both targets are still within a 10 meters distance and a clear visual. But I digress. Anything further? Is it really possible for a single mage to open a gate to a location hundred, if not thousands of miles away? Asked a petite girl. Yes and no. A single mage can open a portal leading to a very further destination, but he needs to have either enough mana to support the task or a magical item to share its burden. Also, one cannot go in a location he has never been before. Visualization is a key element, and so is the knowledge of the exact coordinates. Moreover, opening such a gate requires a focus. Something like this. From his dimensional amulet, Professor Rudd took out a small sphere with many arcane red runes engraved on it. Dimensional mages usually plant magical beacons in their most common destinations, making the opening of a portal much easier and less mana-consuming. As I said at the beginning of the lesson, my subject is really complex. It's better to avoid filling your heads with useless notions. Focus at the task at hand. One must first learn how to crawl, then to walk, and only then can worry about his running speed. Dismissed. Almost at the same moment, the gong signaling the end of the lesson resounded. Many students had a worried look on their faces, and Lith was one of them. This is really bad. Not only I've never practiced anything like this, but sensibility is not exactly my strong point. Whenever I encountered a difficulty, I either cheated my way in with true magic until I understood the true core of the problem, or relied on fake magic's autopilot to understand the magic flow. What's the average success rate per year for this course? According to the Academy's records, is a little less than 60%. Solus replied, how many graduated students managed to score an A despite failing it? Lith was considering dropping the subject to avoid it affecting his grades. He could always copy the book and study at his own pace later. None. The answer left him dejected. Turn that frown upside down. Even the most experienced kid here has barely 6 years of magic practice. You have more than 12. Not to mention the hexacasting and true magic. I know, but practice is not all. This seems a discipline that requires quite a lot of talent, and we both know I am no genius. Invigoration and true magic cannot help me like they do for forge mastering and healing. I'm afraid I have just hit a wall. Chapter 96. After dimensional magic, it was time for the specialization lessons. Professor Nailier's course was on forced hold. The number of students requiring a second evaluation had far exceeded expectations. A day hadn't been enough. Floria had the rest of the morning free, while Lith and the others went to the Master Healer class. Once at the Academy's hospital, the students discovered that Professor Vaster had organized a small refreshment before officially starting the new trimester. The class had gone down from 34 to 28 students, and some of them had barely broke AC. Between those who had lost a friend and the ones terrified at the idea of suffering the same fate, very few were in the mood for celebration. Vaster didn't seem to notice, though, and even if the report cards were supposed to be a secret, it wasn't hard to guess grades based on how he treated the different students. He devoted a lot of attention to Quilla and Lith, arousing the envy of many. Those who, like Professor Rudd, were biased against commoners' bloodlines would have given an arm and a leg to get the opportunity to teach them a lesson. Yet they were well aware that because of the ballots, the best they could do was get demoted from unsuccessful mages to expelled ones. Not to mention that instead of being reprimanded, Vaster had received an award for beating unruly students during the mock exam. Keep working hard, my dear pupils. And remember what I said at the beginning of our lessons. After the second trimester, the class will be halved. We will be lucky if 20 of you manage to actually graduate as healers. From how he was looking at the angered students, he had got a taste for it. During the lesson, Lith's group had finally the opportunity to take the lead in delicate procedures like regrowing lost limbs and organs. Previously, the 3 men teams, one responsible for the regeneration and the other for keeping the patient's vitals stable, were both comprised of 2 professors and only 1 student. Now, the balance had shifted, and only a professor remained in each team. When Quilla and Lith weren't in charge of one of the teams, Professor Vaster would always put them as second in command, ready to take over the procedure in case anything went wrong. It took Lith a few patients to understand all the quirks and risks of regenerating a lost limb. The Tier 4 spell couldn't be handled by just mindlessly pumping mana, or everyone could have done it, even without a specialization. The whole process revolved around a delicate balance between the two groups of healers, with the patient as their fulcrum. The mage leading the regeneration had to keep the spell active, while giving the patient's body the time to rejuvenate. With 2 short intervals between mana pulses, most of their effectiveness would be lost, making the procedure longer and more difficult. Also, it would put a great stress on the patient's body, with the risk that the new limb would be defective. One had to give the vital support team the time to reintegrate the patient's lost vitality during the process, burdening his metabolism as little as possible. The second team acted as a life force but the drip rate had to be manually adjusted depending on the circumstances. Too fast, and the energy would be lost, just giving the patient a sensation of euphoria. Too slow, and the massive drain caused by the regeneration could kill or permanently incapacitate him. The teams had to coordinate between themselves, the first sending mana pulses spaced enough to allow the life force infusion to be effective, the second adjusting the flow whenever was necessary to avoid the regenerative spell to be interrupted by a too prolonged pause. Lith and Quilla quickly mastered both roles, receiving many compliments from the medical staff and 30 points from Professor Vaster. They were the only ones that, despite occasionally losing control of the spell, would manage to fix things on their own, without needing a professor to take over. In Lith's case, he did it on purpose. Thanks to Invigoration, he was capable of having complete awareness of the patient's status. Lith could understand with a glance when more life force was necessary or not, instructing the other team to speed up or slow down, and time the regenerating pulses so that the next one would arrive only when the previous was already losing effectiveness. Yet he had to make mistakes. Achieving perfection from day 1 would have been too eye-catching. Even with the help of true magic, the task took a heavy toll on both his mind and body. The stress of handling a human life put a huge pressure on everyone. The patients were real persons and not test dummies anymore. Because of the long pre-operation phase, the students had been forced to spend time with them during the previous semester, to talk and know them personally. It was impossible to consider their lives just a number in their success/failure ratio. And while Lith used Invigoration, the others could only rely on their magic sensitivity, listening to the patient's pulse, and keeping an eye on their complexion and pain. It was something incredibly hard. Lith had no idea how others could manage to do it. The scariest thing was that despite all that, Quilla was just a few steps behind him. Even if stuck with fake magic, she was able to absorb like a sponge all the notions and suggestions Professor Vaster gave them, managing to get in tune with every patient. Lith would have never been capable of doing that, at least not that fast. He learned by experience, little by little with every procedure, using Invigoration as a guiding hand whenever he had a doubt. The more time they spent together, the more aware he was that it was only a matter of time before she revealed herself to be a genius. Her mana core was already on par with Lith's. I can only pat myself in the back for taking care of her for all this time. If necessity ever arises, she can become an invaluable asset. If she really is an S-class healer, she'll relieve me of all the unnecessary attentions, avoiding for a simple A-class talent like me to be pressured. Besides, it's not like she can threaten my position. With my knowledge of biochemistry, biology, and anatomy, I will always be the top in the theoretical field. Who would ever guess that all the extra credit seminars for the college would pay off like that? All the other students didn't know if to laugh or cry at their helplessness. Envy and shame fought in their hearts, like two lions tumbling down a cliff. No matter which one would win, the result would be the same. Even Uriel and Freya felt a tinge of jealousy while comparing themselves to them. But most of all, they were proud and happy for their friends. Lith had helped them countless times in the past, never asking anything in return. What had started as a simple business relationship had evolved in honest friendship. As for Quilla, they could never resent her. At the beginning, Uriel had approached her just out of curiosity. He had considered her like a pet, someone talented that would be easy to manipulate due to her childish naivety and poor background. But Quilla's growth as a person and mage had stunned him, leading Uriel to shed his prejudices and accept her as a peer. Now, after 3 months together, he felt deeply ashamed of his initial attitude towards her and was trying to make amends. Freya, instead, liked to think of her as the little sister she had always wanted. Quilla was honest and had a big heart. Their friendship had developed naturally from their first meeting, both suffering from the constant harassing from the other students. When Quilla's body had started to change due to the rapid growth induced by the tonic, Freya had helped her managing her first period, teaching her everything about what being a young woman meant, becoming her confident. When Freya had hit a wall during the healer specialization, Quilla had volunteered to help her. They had started studying together, and whatever difficulty Freya encountered, Quilla had been always there for her. She had never talked about her private lessons to anyone, not even trying to impress Lith, for whom Freya knew she had a huge crush. Quilla's humble and gentle nature had moved her beyond what words could express. Freya had found in a stranger something that even her own family had always denied her. She was ready to do anything for her little adoptive sister. As for Quilla, she was thankful for Tier 4 magic being so hard. Her work as a healer, with the constant pressure of having another human's being in her hands, was the only thing forcing her unruly heart to rest. When they had first met, Uriel was like a Prince Charming out of the fairy tale she read as a kid. He was noble, powerful, rich, handsome, smart, and gentle. Almost too good to be true. Lith, on the other side, had been more like a demon lord. Cold, scary, brash, talking to everyone like they were ants, glaring with soul-chilling dead eyes. But after the first 2 days, something had changed. She had noticed how indifferent Uriel actually was, sometimes even forgetting about her existence. Freya was the one actually caring for her, while Lith was complicated. When the first magic private lessons had started, he had lost most of his edge, becoming more supportive and helpful than Professor Trask himself. He was the only one not staring at her for the amount of food she gobbled every day. On the contrary, he would even encourage her to eat more and help her keep her diet balanced. Lith would always worry for her safety, encouraging her to pick up a ballot, even defending her when she still had to get her own. In the last months, whenever students tried to casually bump into her, Lith would switch place with Quilla. No matter how big the other guy was, Lith would remain immovable like a mountain, while the other would fall on his ass, wincing in pain. After a month from their first meeting, when she had her first period, he had been the one noticing her distress, relieving the pain with one of his personal spells and bringing her to Freya to get help. As a healer, he was bound to know everything about it too, yet he had the sensitivity to avoid embarrassing her, letting another woman help her face that awkward situation. It was after that moment that something inside Quilla had changed. Whenever she saw him, she would get butterflies in her stomach. Her mouth would go dry. Each time they spoke, she needed sheer willpower to not speak fast or giggle at everything he said. Over time, he had become gentler and kinder, helping them whenever he could during the private lessons, answering all their questions and giving them pointers. She started to admire his cold attitude towards strangers, not giving a damn about what they thought or said, having eyes only for his friends. Lith soon revealed to be wise beyond his years, knowing many things and having anecdotes about almost everything. Sometimes when they walked side by side, their hands casually touched. In those moments, she felt really hard to resist the compulsion to take his hand, to feel his warmth. Other times, when she was alone in her room, her mind would go crazy with fantasies and delusions, making her feeling hot and fuzzy in the strangest places. When Quilla talked about that to Freya, she told her that it was perfectly normal, even though she blushed listening to the question. When Freya explained what it meant, Quilla thought she would die of embarrassment. Luckily, there were just the two of them, and she knew that she could trust her friend. Over time, she had learned to manage her feelings, mostly because she was too scared to do anything about them. Except that towards Professor Nailier, Liz seemed to be completely uninterested in girls. Aquila was conscious that even if thanks to the tonic she was now 1.5 meters, 4 feet 11 inches tall, she was nothing special. Her figure was still undeveloped and very childish. She lacked Freya's curves or Floria's innate charisma. The only thing she could do was stay strong and hope for her feelings to fade away. Chapter 97. After the end of the lesson, the group went to lunch, finding Floria waiting for them at their usual table. I seriously think I have overestimated myself, thinking to be able keeping my nice guy facade for 2 whole years. If it wasn't for my big brother instinct, I don't know how many times I would have snapped already. I really don't get these guys at all. To make things worse, no matter how much I force myself, I keep feeling I don't belong with them. Lith inwardly sighed. Solus had no idea what to say to make him feel better. Returning to the academy, right after spending some time with the people he loved, had made Lith depressed. "Hey guys, how was your lesson?" Floria asked. Same old, same old." Uriel shrugged. Vaster keeps pushing forward those who are good, and spreads salt on the wounds of those who aren't. And while the class struggles with each task, these 2 monsters keep running circles around us mortals. "How did your morning go?" Lith tried changing topic. Ever since his encounter with the Scorpicore, every time someone called a monster, he could not help but shudder. He had realized that calling what happened to him reincarnation was far from correct. He was more like an evil spirit from a horror movie, possessing the bodies of the recently deceased. Depressingly so, after Professor Rudd's speech, I was eager to check if his subject is really as hard as he says. Well, he lied. It's much worse than that. I spent the last 2 hours trying the parlor trick we are supposed to perform tomorrow. I read his book over and over, but I didn't succeed, not even once. She sighed. "Are you serious?" Freya asked. "We have passed the first part of Professor Nailier's course. Could it be that the spell requires something she has yet to cover in her lessons?" Everyone at the table turned gloomy. 2 hours were the regular duration of a class. Floria failing so badly was unprecedented, not to mention a bad omen. If she wasn't able to, it was unlikely that any of them could succeed. Even Lith was on the same boat. Without true magic or invigoration as crutches, he wasn't much better than them. "Solus, what is the average time for succeeding in the pebble trick?" "More bad news," she replied. "The school records are not helping this time. The only thing reported is the number of lessons for opening a gate." "Lessons, not hours? This is worse than I thought. How many for geniuses, and how many for regular students?" "Geniuses usually need around 3 lessons, the others around 20. Lith almost chalked himself on bread when he heard that piece of news. Normally, I'd propose to gobble our lunch fast and go practice dimensional magic, to not let that old coot embarrass us. Freya said, "But Floria and I have yet to take our Mage Knight class for today." "Same. I have Forge Mastering later. What about we meet at Quilla's place after the end of the lessons?" Uriel proposed. "I bet that with her learning speed, by the time we get there, she will be able to teach us the basics." That afternoon, much to Lith's disappointment, Professor Wainmeyer went back to theory lessons. In the first trimester, they had learned how to infuse a single enchantment in an object. The topic of a new lesson was how to mix 2 enchantments together, introducing a new set of runes and magic circles whose complexity was on all another level. He was eager to get back in the lab and put them to test. Because of Solaspedia, when it wasn't involved fine mana control or a particular timing in manipulating volatile energies, such lessons were just redundant for him. He already knew every rune and circle, so he spent most of the lesson practicing how to draw them perfectly, instead of listening. The second Forge Mastering tome was a gold mine of inspiration for Lith. Meanwhile, Uriel was diligently taking notes about the arrays Professor Tinom was introducing. A warden had a supportive role. He couldn't cast random spells like most mages. It was important to understand in what circumstances a magic formation would do more good than harm. Since the Griffin Kingdom was at peace, Uriel had chosen such specialization, hoping to help the development of his family's fief. His wish was to become able to build dams, bridges, and roads almost by himself, saving the money to hire more healers and teachers. One of his great-grandmother teachings was that without its people, A country was just a piece of land. The new arrays were even more difficult to perform and hard to control than those of the first trimester, but at least the casting speed was the same. The biggest flaw of a warden was the long time necessary for a single spell. After the lesson, he was about to leave when he was approached by an old acquaintance. It was Liam Lockhart, the military-looking guy that Lith humiliated during Trask's second lesson. Uriel knew him because he was the son of Archmage Lockhart. They had started the academy together 3 years prior, but had quickly parted ways. The Lockhart family was one of the oldest magician bloodlines, and were pretty stuck up about that. Despite their fathers held the same status, Liam had never treated Uriel as a peer, let alone as a friend. Following his family's teachings, he considered the Dyrus household a branch family at best. Having centuries of mystic legacy, a household with only 3 generations of mages was too young to be considered a real magical bloodline. Liam demanded blind respect and loyalty from those he deemed inferior. The Dyrus household, instead, didn't give a damn about traditions, respecting only talent and achievements. Uriel couldn't bear Liam's groundless arrogance, so after a while, he had politely but firmly put a distance between them. "Dyrus, do you have a minute?" Liam asked. Uriel put up his best smile, trying to cut that conversation short. Calling Uriel by his last name was a polite way to underline their difference in status. Whatever Liam wanted, he wasn't willing to give. "Not really, Liam. Dimensional magic seems really hard. I'm in a hurry to practice for tomorrow's lesson." Refusing his request was usually enough. For someone like Liam, having to ask twice was akin to begging. "Then let me accompany you for a while. I promise it will not take long." Uriel was so flabbergasted that for a second he lost his composure, but was quick to recover. He nodded, prompting the other to continue. "You have been here as long as I have. What do you think of all the changes Linjo's introduced?" The question was odd, but Uriel had no reason to lie or refuse to answer. "Honestly, I don't know what to think. No finals, that terrifying mock exam, the new professors and their scoring system. It's too soon to judge his performance, but I must admit that so far things have become more interesting." That clearly wasn't the answer Liam hoped to hear. His upper lip curled up in an expression of disgust, without even trying to hide his feelings. "I get your point." He sighed. "Tradition has value only for those who contributed crafting it and live by it. But, you see, many people feel differently about what's happening. First, the seed of a bad apple got accepted to one of the 6 big academies. Then, an outstanding member of the magical society, like Headmistress Linnea, has lost everything in the name of diversity just to quench the thirst for revenge of social climbers that got too close to the Queen's ear. And now the prestigious White Griffin gets rid of its history, treating it as garbage, abolishing finals in favor of this farce of a grading system." Liam spat on the floor, uncaring of the disgusted looks people threw at him. Yet his voice was calm and collected. Uriel doubted that anyone beside him could hear anything. Many people, both at the court and at the Mage Association, are not pleased with the course of these events. They would like the Queen to reconsider her decisions, taking her time to properly reflect before doing something this drastic. Uriel knew there was little if no trust between them, and how Liam was being subtle, making no names. "What all this have to do with me?" Well, some think that all magical bloodlines should stick together and try to correct this situation. People like Linjo's need to be put back in their place. And for that, I'd like your help. "I'm not going to hurt my friends," Uriel angrily retorted, "nor I'm going to let anyone harm them." His hostility only met an amused laughter. "Your friends? It's what you think this is all about? No one cares who do you pick as boot boy, or what kind of wench you prefer for warming your bed. To each his own. Everyone has his eccentricities. No one will touch your servants. There is no need to. What we want is to get rid of Linjo's, to prove that all these so-called changes do nothing but let weeds proliferate while real talents get smothered in the crib. I came to you today because I need you to persuade your father to join our cause. Good luck with that." Uriel managed to say, "Do whatever you want, but leave me out of this. Be it the old or the new system is none of my business." He didn't know if to report everything to the headmaster, but he wasn't stupid enough to reveal his intentions. Keeping a neutral stand while deciding what to do was the best course of action. That's unfortunate. Liam clicked his tongue. I really hoped you would come to your senses. Picking the wrong path in life can have terrible consequences. Uriel looked around, noticing that the corridor was empty. No one was around anymore. Only the two of them remained. Before he could demand for an explanation, Liam punched him in the stomach, following with a hook to the chin that sent Uriel to the ground. Suddenly, several people joined the beating, carefully avoiding to hit his face or vitals. While trying to protect himself, Uriel recognized some of them, all heirs of powerful nobles or ancient magical bloodlines. The good thing about stupidity is that up to a certain degree, it can be beaten out. Even dumb dogs learn their lessons with the proper training. Liam kneeled, using a powerful Tier 3 healing spell on Uriel to leave no trace of the brutal aggression. The pain, though, was still there. Uriel needed all of his willpower to not give them the satisfaction of begging to stop or screaming in agony. He hadn't made a sound the whole time. Tell your father that this was just a warning. We can't wait to have a proper talk with him, too. Chapter 98. When someone heard referring to the king's council chamber, usually his mind would think of the throne room. More than 20 meters, 6 feet, long, and over 10 meters, 3 feet, large, a single red silk carpet with gold embroidered edges going from the 3 meters, 10 feet, wide double doors up to the 2 steps that distanced the floor where nobles stood and the raised one for the royal family. That way, even sitting on their gold thrones, carved to resemble a rampant griffin, they would be able to look down on everyone present, reaffirming their status and authority. The whole room was lit by crystal chandeliers, fueled by magic, leaving no space for shadows or need for maintenance. On the walls, magically enchanted tapestries would recount over and over the great feats that the current king had accomplished to be deemed worthy of his power. Both the floor and the pillars of the room were realized from gold-veined marble, the most precious and robust material available in the Griffin Kingdom. And that someone would be dead wrong. The throne room was perfect for holding social events or awarding a particular general or noble. But when it came down to state secrets, it was a security nightmare. Between the main entrance, the servants' passages, the secret passages and the balconies for the spectators, circling around the room, a small army of spies could easily go unnoticed, even after searching the whole place with a tooth comb. The Real Council Chamber was located in the king's private apartments, inside of a heavily guarded tower. The room was about 6 meters, 20 feet, long and 4 meters, 13 feet, large with only a round table and wooden chairs as furniture. The round table didn't mean that every opinion held the same importance. It was simply the only way to be heard from every side of the room without the need of shouting nonstop. Aside from the furniture, the room was bare, with no windows and only one entrance. Both the floor and the walls were of a pale gray. There was no color outside that of the magical stones the room was made of. Most of the assemblies would last hours, and given the sensitive nature of the subjects that required the king's direct approval, discretion was of vital importance. The whole place was enchanted to prevent eavesdropping, either by conventional or magical means, not to mention all the protections necessary to avoid the whole high command getting killed in one fell swoop. In that particular day, the council chamber wasn't occupied by ministers or generals, but by the upper echelons of the Mage Association. In such occasions, it was the Queen's duty chairing the debate. For the crown to have absolute control over both political and magical matters, responsibilities were shared as such. The one of the royal couple most versed in the magical arts would become the head of the Mage Association. The other would be in charge of all the military power and oversee the minister's activities. Together, they would hold all the keys to the kingdom. Queen Silpha wore a simple blue satin morning dress with long sleeves covering her arms. Despite being over 50 years old, it was hard thinking her a day past 30. With her square chin and sharp features, she couldn't be considered beautiful, but the aura of confidence and power she exuded coupled with her perfect manners, still made her quite charming. "Your Majesty, we still cannot find Linnea," said a bald middle-aged man with a gray goatee. "We are certain she hasn't crossed the borders yet. She would never leave her children behind." The queen dilated her nostrils in annoyance. Recently, she would only receive bad news. "And I want results, not hypothesis. If you can't find her, she could have defected to the Blood Sand tribes, or even hiding up my powdered ass for all I care. What about the Gorgon Empire? Is it true that they are developing clairvoyance magic?" The idea of their worst enemy being able to spy on them from a safe distance caused the queen to lose sleep over it. "Yes and no," sniggered an old woman with long white hair, held up in a ponytail. "Yes, they spent thousands of gold coins to indulge the emperor obsession with prophets, seers, and all that CRP about predicting the future. No, because up to date all those so-called mediums were only frauds. Some of them were actually our agents that managed to drain considerable sums before disappearing. Finally, something goes right. She slammed the table with her fist hard enough to make several goblets fall off. "What about the great academies?" An awkward silence fell into the room, instantly ruining her good mood. "Your Majesty, maybe you should reconsider your line of action," said a tall, middle-aged woman with short red hair. "So many changes at once are hard to accept. It would be better to implement them one by one over time." "One by one over time," the queen echoed, drumming with her slender fingers on the armrest. "Tell me, dear Bolna, how long has the Mage Association tried to change the rules nice and easy to avoid unrest?" Her tone was calm and amiable, causing those present to shudder. The queen was many things, but amiable was not one of those. As any purebred politician, she was capable of hiding her emotions and thoughts whenever it was necessary, but her nature was that of a fiery woman, passionate in everything she did. When speaking about state affairs with her counselors, she would not mince words or waste time with niceties. Her being calm meant that a storm was incoming. Over 40 years, the woman swallowed a lump of saliva, forcing herself to answer without trembling. "Even before my crowning, yes." "And how many rules have actually been changed until now?" "None." "Last question. How many potential magi did we lose during all this time?" Her voice had turned stone cold. "At least 4. Incapable of returning the queen's gaze, Bolna lowered her eyes. "All of them defected, swearing an oath of vengeance." "Let me get this straight." The queen pulled back her chair, standing up. She was a woman of average stature, 1.62 meters, 5 feet 4 inches, high with a slender build. Despite being held up in a chignon, the long black hair still revealed her uncanny gift for the mystical arts, with all the 6 shades of colors marking her as blessed by all the gods of magic. "We lost 4 one-man armies for nothing but petty grudges, and your great idea is to keep up the good work." The queen moved so fast that one could think she had blinked, but the blur behind her told a different story. She had simply walked. "Do you think that when the god of death returns from the blood desert, leading the army of undead that he's been raising for all this time, will he take his revenge bit by bit over time, or just slaughter us all?" Silpha said while lifting her by the neck with only one hand, despite Bolna was taller and double her weight. None dared to interfere. All of those present were very powerful archmages, but there was a reason for Silpha being the queen. She was capable of casting several spells with barely any delay, moving faster than a wild beast and ripping in half a fully armed knight with her bare hands. Many suspected she was actually a dragon in human form. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is the very definition of madness. She brought Bolna's purple face near her own. "Your masters should have trained you better." Silpha clenched her fist, producing a snap, before throwing the body in a corner of the room. Bolna's head was now tilted at an unnatural angle. Her limbs sprawled under the heavy magician robe. "Now that we got rid of the spy among our ranks, we shouldn't lose so many agents anymore," she said, returning to her chair. Bolna was a spy. Everyone was shocked at the news, questioning and discussing what had just happened. Yes, she was. The queen rubbed her forehead with a sad expression. She looked tired and thin, with no trace of her previous vigor. The old families have their men and women planted everywhere. Academies, court, even the Mage Association is not outside their grasp. They know I invested too much money and energies in the White Griffin. If my project fails, it will be only on me. I would be left with no choice but leave everything as it is, hoping that my successor will have better skill and luck. I may even be forced to resign as head of the Mage Association and leave the position to one of my children. I already have too many failures on my shoulders. Another one of such significance and my authority and role would be greatly diminished. Even I would question my competence. Queen's aides didn't know what to say, so they waited in silence for her to recover. Bolna's reports were all fake. The unrest is growing. Many took their children failing grades or being expelled as personal attacks. They can't stand anymore not being in control. She took out several folders from a dimensional ring, passing them to the old wizards for them to see with their eyes how dire the situation was. According to the documents and the transcribed conversations, the kingdom was on the verge of civil war. The new nobles, those who had risen in status thanks to their talent and achievements, be them of military or magical nature, weren't willing anymore to live their lives under the heel of an unfair system. The old nobles, instead, felt their position threatened and feared losing some of their privileges or even worse, being forced to share resources that up to that point had been their exclusive. The two factions were now too close in numbers and power. It was only a matter of time before the old balance crumbled. I know that despite being loyal to the crown, many of you do not really support my idea. Sylph aside, but I need you to understand how much is at stake. No matter what your personal beliefs are, if the White Griffin turns out to be just another failure, we'll have a generation at best before the kingdom plunges into chaos. Chapter 99. After finishing the lessons, everyone was in Quilla's room, waiting for Uriel to begin practicing dimensional magic. Lith was very nervous, tapping with his foot while counting the seconds. "Where the heck is he?" he grumbled. "We have been waiting for him for." Lith realized that without the sun, he had no idea how much time had passed. Barely 10 minutes. Sola's mind rolled her eyes at his impatience. "Over 10 minutes. It doesn't take that long to fly over here. Maybe we should start on our own." "Why so anxious? Don't tell me that you let that Rudd guy get under your skin." Freya mocked him playfully. "He can believe whatever he wants. As long as he judges the students semi-fairly is fine by me. I don't fear the professor as much as his subject. Is nothing like I ever done before, and I will not relax until I know I can do it. Is the same for all of us, yet you are the only one freaking out. Do you know why? Because you're all a bunch of children that still believe in unicorns and rainbows. In real life, only results matter. No one cares for the reason why you failed or succeeded. The magical power of friendship has never solved anything unless in works of fiction. Because despite all of your talent, you are so single-minded on a task at hand to become obsessive. 10 minutes aren't going to affect our chances with dimensional magic. Try to relax. Sometimes one has to stop and smell the roses. Who knows? Maybe he has met someone special. I mean, any other guy I know would be delighted to be in your place, surrounded by girls. Yet you just nag all the time like my grandpa." Lith didn't miss her poking Quilla's back, probably to encourage her to say something instead of staring at her own toes. She had been awfully silent since he had entered her room. "It's not like there's something embarrassing around. This place is as empty as mine. I wonder if I was so awkward at her age, too." Despite she really wanted to join the conversation, Solus kept silent. Having access to all of his memories, she knew that the 12 years old Derek's past was better forgotten. There was only pain and misery there. "I'm flattered by your feelings," Lith replied, "but it's better if we stay friends. It's not you, it's me." Freya was left speechless, while Floria was rolling on the bed laughing. KD, after the first move, "You better stay down, sister." Before Freya could scold the two of them, they heard knocking on the door. Lith quickly opened it, eager to begin, letting a groggy Uriel walk inside. He was leaning on the wall just to stand on his feet. His eyes were semi-closed, like he was about to fall asleep any moment. "Are you drunk?" It was the only explanation he could find. Uriel shook his head, while Lith helped him reach the bed. He clearly needed to sit down. While the other girls started worrying, asking him what was wrong, Quilla used one of her personal diagnostic spells, finding that he was perfectly fine, just like Lith did with invigoration, while supporting him. He is not drunk, she said. For some reason, Uriel has barely the strength to walk. I can easily fix that. By using a Tier 4 light spell, Lith gave him some of his life force. Uriel finally managed to speak, telling them what had happened, down to the last detail. That Beastard beat me so hard that the healing spell drained all my remaining energy. I had to fight just to put one foot in front of the other. It's a miracle I managed to get here without fainting. What a scheming son of a swine. Floria snapped. By healing you, not only he covered his tracks, but also left you so weak that even if you managed to call for help, it would have been too late. He can be anywhere at this point. Yeah, I need to inform my father of what happened. If I were you, I'd do the same. You come from a magic bloodline too. I'm surprised they didn't try to recruit you already. Maybe they did. Freya suddenly realized. Do you remember the cute guy that seemed wanting to talk with you, but walked away as soon as he noticed we were together? The one we joked about being too afraid to confess in public? Yes, I do, but what makes you think he was one of them? Nothing, just that it seems too odd to be a coincidence. We have attended the same classes for months, and he chooses today to make his move? Also, was he afraid of me or my ballot? Everyone knows I have one. It makes sense. Uriel nodded. I think at this point is better if we all get one. Our family names make us targets. It could happen to you too, Freya. Contact your mother and see where she stands in this matter. Lith was shocked, contemplating all the possible consequences. It was ironic how he and Quilla were the least affected from the sudden turn of events. Being commoners, they had no value in a political struggle, at least for the moment. If they really wanted to hurt Linjo's reputation, their existence as the top students of the Master Healer class would make them targets too, sooner or later. The other class wasn't a problem. There were better Forge Masters than him. Or, at least, it was what he had made them believe. Freya, Floria, and Uriel took out their communicator amulets to inform their parents of the current predicament. Mind if I use the bathroom? Lith asked. In a world where underwear did not exist, and the uniform was the only dress they wore, it was unlikely there was something embarrassing lying around. But he wanted to make sure to not invade her privacy. Quilla nodded, and after entering Lith used his hush spell to prevent being heard before calling Martianus Distar. Despite answering immediately, she seemed annoyed by the call, but as soon as she heard the news, her attitude changed. Good gods, those Beastards dared to involve their own sons. This is even worse than I thought. I'm sorry, your ladyship, but you do not seem surprised at all. Can you please tell me what's happening exactly? Martianus Distar drummed with her fingers on the desk for a while before answering. What happened today is just a sideshow of the real struggle. It goes on from decades, with new powers demanding more equity, and the old ones fighting to keep things as they are. Every year, commoners rise to the status of nobles thanks to magical or military achievements. But getting lands and titles means nothing if bureaucracy stands in your way at every step. Kings come and go, but paper pushers are forever. Over the centuries, all such positions have been taken over by the old powers, and they use it as a bottleneck to others' authority. No one gets anything unless they agree, and that made many people angry. In a way, they can even overrule the court's orders, simply by delaying everything as much as they can. So, the court has started to replace bureaucrats, and that also made many people angry. The conflict between old and new powers keeps escalating, despite all the attempts at mediation. Why do you think my family is under a constant death threat? Because in my Marquisate there is not one, but two of the 6 great academies, and they are key points in the balance of power. Both factions want me dead, hoping to take my place and further develop their agenda. Both of them? Then what side are you on? Lith asked in confusion. The court side. I believe in compromises. Radical changes lead to chaos on the short term, and the neighboring countries would exploit the opportunity to invade us. No changes, instead, mean the collapse of the system. If no matter how powerful you are or how much you contribute to your country, you do not get a proper reward, then you have no reason to remain loyal. Not when other countries work much better. That's why so many defect. But what does this mean for me and my family? Are we safe? He had little to no interest towards political struggles, unless they involved Lark. Yes, you should be. Believe me, very little can get past the Queen's core, and in the scheme of things you are insignificant. No offense. None taken. Lith sighed in relief. This is not the first attempt of sabotage. Linjos knows what to do. I'll let him know everything. So stay away from his office and don't draw attention on yourself. Stay out of it as long as you can, but keep me updated if anything else happens. He promptly agreed. If this goes on for so long, then I just need it to last a bit longer. In less than 2 years from now, is none of my business anymore. Chapter 100. While Lith spoke with the Marchioness, everyone was having a conversation with their respective families, deciding how to face the incoming storm. Everyone but Quilla, of course. She had no relatives, hence she never spent precious points for a communication amulet. Yet it was the second time already she was considering getting one. The first time had been during the 4 days break. While the others had returned to their homes, she had remained in the academy. Even in her old village, she had always been surrounded by people. The bustling noise of the daily activities had become part of her life. But during the break, she had no lessons to attend, nowhere to go, and no one to talk to. Ever since Quilla had got her ballot, she had become an outcast, but she never really noticed up until that point. She would always spend so much time with her friends that being alone once in a while was actually pleasant. During those 4 days, though, the silence had started to scare her. Walking along the empty corridors, Quilla felt like she was traveling through the belly of a giant dead beast, with only her steps echo to keep her company. Being apart from Uriel or Floria was meh. While from Lith was actually good, it gave her the time to sort her feelings. The emotional roller coaster she went through every time they met was so frustrating that more than once she almost confessed just to get rid of the uneasiness, until the fear of being rejected kicked in, making her thank the gods for stopping her. What she really missed was Freya's company. She didn't know if Lith was her first love or just a crush. She never had experienced anything like that before. What she did know was that Freya was the closest thing to a family she had ever had. They would spend hours together, not only for studying, but also talking about their dreams and hopes once they graduated from the academy. She would listen to all the stupid little things that crossed her mind, her fears and anxiety, and never judged her for that. And now, seeing them talking to their parents gave her a sense of estrangement. I know it's stupid, but maybe if I had one too, if I could call them whenever I want, I wouldn't feel so different. She thought. Velandyrus, Uriel's father, was so outraged that his eyes almost popped out. That Luckhart scum. How dares treating my son like a dog? I was willing to remain on the sidelines, to see from which side we could profit the most. But this blatant lack of respect shows that if those old farts have it their way, there will be no future for us but servitude. What do you want me to do, father? Tell Linjos what happened, get a ballot, and then wait for my instructions. Don't try to get revenge. If he is smart, Liam has a ballot too. That little act was probably meant to either make you submit or anger you enough to retaliate and get you expelled. Trying to recruit you like that makes no sense, unless they wanted to make us an example for other young magical families. To show that they can reach us both on the inside and the outside. Would be a good plan if we were some stuck-up, self-righteous idiot nobles. I'll play this game by my rules. Don't do anything stupid, son. Think before you act. And if anything new happens, contact me. Love you. The conversation between Freya and his mother, Duchess Solivar, was of a different tone. Sabotaging a new headmaster? It has always happened, even to the most insignificant petty bootlicker, let alone to a young radical, uncaring for political gains. Her voice was bored. Everyone with half a brain knows there is a huge storm ahead, and I don't plan getting caught in the middle of it. We will remain neutral. In every war, the real winner is the one that does not take part in it, profiting from both sides. Whoever comes on top, I'm covered. Contact me only if you need to get out of the academy. You are the first real mage of Household Solivar. Act as one. Take no unnecessary risks. Then she hanged up the call. Well, I love you too, Mother. Thanks for asking me if I was all right or if I needed something. F***CKU and your precious Solivar household. I'll do whatever I want. For once, I am in control. You need me, not the other way around. Freya was so angry that only Quilla's worried face prevented her from throwing the communication amulet against a wall. Floria's father, Orion Ernaz, was of course well informed too. He was deeply involved in one of the factions that were closest to the Queen, so nothing she said was actually of any relevance outside the attack on Uriel. Orion had kept her in the dark because he didn't want her to grow up scared by the rumors about the impending civil war. He had hoped for the stalemate to hold until she was big enough to choose what to do, but time was running out. He told her the same things Martianist Distar had explained to Lith. I think that they are closing ranks. Attacking a member of a magical bloodline means that they are not willing to tolerate neutrality anymore. Either you are with them or against them. What can I do for the Queen, Dad? You, Orion laughed for the first time since that conversation started. What can you possibly do? You're just a kid. The real battle is out here. What has happened is barely a ripple effect. This is but the last attempt to sabotage in a long line. They have simply raised the ante a little. Instead of worrying for the Queen, here is what you can do for me. Pick a ballot, stay out of trouble, and if push comes to shove, attack first and ask questions later. Always go all out. No one can get killed in an academy. The castle does not allow for that. It's the first time I hear about this. How do you know for sure? It's supposed to be a secret, but when your daddy was younger and hot-blooded, someone dared to draw his sword against me. I lost my temper and, well, let's just say that the Academy's arrays saved a lot of people that day. Things escalated quite a bit. If it's a secret, aren't you breaking some rule by telling me? Do you think I would put a secret that the gods only know how many idiots like me know above my daughter's safety? I would rather see you safe and expelled than let anyone put a finger on you. At that point, Lith had already returned in the room. Not exchanging any pleasantries saved him a lot of time. Only Freya was already done with her amulet. Lith didn't know what to do. Being a commoner was a double-edged sword in that situation. It meant that he and Quilla were more likely to be left alone, but at the same time that they had no way to help their friends. When all the conversations ended, with the exception of Lith, they shared the information received. The Martianess had made clear from the beginning that she had already enough on her plate. Revealing their connection would only draw more attention, something that both were glad to avoid. I guess we both need a ballot now. Uriel sighed. Being a victim was a scary feeling for him. His family name had always been the strongest sword and shield, yet now it was reduced to a bullseye. We need to go to Linjo's office. Floria nodded. And let everyone know that even powerful people like you are scared. That would mean playing into their hands. Lith objected. What do you propose then? Ignore my father's advice and wait for their next move. That would be stupid. I say to play it smart. He took out his ballot, pushing the button twice. A warp steps opened, and Professor Trask came out of it. When he saw where he was, he furrowed his brows in disapproval. Kid, a ballot is not a toy. Don't try to give me the I accidentally sat on it **T. We need to see the headmaster. It's an urgent matter. I had to resort to the ballot because we can't allow for others to know about it. I'm sorry if I caused a false alarm. Lith deeply bowed, even though if necessary, he would do it again. Trask's interest was piqued. He opened another portal, leading straight to the headmaster's office. The room was immaculate as Lith remembered it. His hardwood brown desk was right in front of a glass wall, capable of blocking the excess daylight or amplify it, keeping the lighting uniform during the whole day. Several pieces of paper were arranging themselves in ordinate piles after he finished looking at them. Hearing the gate open, he turned towards them. He seemed to have aged 10 years since the last time they saw him.